Damn, guys. This fucking sucks. Thank you. Hey, J-Man. There we go. Man. Crazy. Amanda, please. I'm gonna go ahead and grind up some more bud so it's done when I'm ready for it. I wish Eric was here. What type of streamer are you? I love oranges. What? I don't know. I just get on here and I talk to people and yeah, I don't know. I guess I smoke. So I guess a bud streamer. I don't know what you would consider me, honestly. What's up, Frezzy? How are you? I do not have Snapchat. Y'all be asking about Snapchat a lot lately. I fucking hate Snapchat. That's like the worst form of social media, in my opinion. It's just pointless. Like, there's no reason. Oh, the English or Spanish thing came back. That's so sweet. I haven't seen that in a minute. Hang on, guys. I'm gonna grab something to drink. Great, my vape died. Oh my god. Ooh, my camera froze. What the fuck? Okay, we're good. It is an alien. See him. Isn't he cute? Oh my god, my crackers went everywhere. No. Literally everywhere. Thank you. His name's Billy the Alien. Eric named him. They're like goldfish, but they're random sea creatures. Me come in peace, for sure. Yeah, well, they're not goldfish. They're just random whales and sea critters. Whatever this is. You just ask if people even skinwalkers. No. I thought about making popcorn. Okay, that's actually funny, ZYZ. I'm just eating right now, ZYZ. Oh, Axe, I just realized you changed your name to Kiss Brian P. Axe. Absolutely not. I think that's why I look like what I look like. And I was trying to find a video to watch. You noticed what earlier today? Those crackers kind of suck. Oh my god, fucking YouTube. Oh, you mean Brian's name? Yeah. Yeah, Brian's name. I caught on. It took a second, but I caught on. Let's listen to a true crime video, guys. Let's go to, what's up, Yeet? Let's go to, Rotten Mango. Paul hasn't been here for a while. He was my true crime buddy. We stayed on here all night that night. Oh, I just got something in my eye. Wheat Thins? My neck says chaos. What's something you did that you can dangle over your haters? What do you mean? I don't really want to dangle anything over my haters. Let's listen to the Ash Trevino story. I've never heard anything about her. And Rotten Mango did a video about her. It says, "I like your little ears, girl." Oh my god. Are you talking about my ears? Please don't talk about my ears, Justin. God damn it. Eric's not here to talk about them, so now you're talking about them. There's a problem. For fuck's sake. Anyway. He would have said he loved my big ears, so. But anyway. This video title, I don't know if you guys have heard of Ash Trevino. But she's like a TikToker, I guess. I don't fucking know. This is shitty TikToker. Yeah, see, it just sticks out. Rotten Mango. Her video, it says, that's facts, too, man. Even haters. Fuck 'em. It says, worst TikTok mom loves to date killers in prison and makes daughters call them daddy. Crazy word.
Fake fictional story. It's a creepypasta where 5 subjects.
So we're gonna watch and listen. I've not heard anything about Ash Trevino like at all.
You can take part in our sleep study where you will be awake for 30 full days. You don't get.
We'll keep talking. I just want to listen to it as well.
A month, and if you survive, if you make it to the end, you can be free. We're not going to hold you prisoner anymore. You can walk out of here and nobody is going to hurt you. It's a singular month in exchange for the rest of your life. Why would you not take it?
Right.
The experimenters, the researchers, they developed this special gas that's going to prevent the subjects from falling asleep. And the first 5 days, everything goes well. They hardly complain. They're like, this is the best thing ever. We're going to be free in 25 days. After the first 5 days, the subjects start exhibiting severe paranoia. They stop talking to each other. They're only companions in the entire study. They turn on each other. They start whispering into the microphones for their researchers. They believe if they turn on their fellow subjects, they can win the trust of the experimenters that are testing on them and guarantee their freedom. 9 days in, one of the subjects does not stop screaming for 3 hours straight.
Oh my
he is
God.
screaming until he tears his vocal cords. And long story short, by the halfway mark, all of the windows that the experimenters are looking into, they're covered in feces. They tell the subjects on the intercom, "We're opening the chamber to test the microphone. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom." They just hear a singular voice call back out to them. "We no longer want to be freed." By the end of it, the researchers go in and they gotta get the subjects out. They find once they open the door, the subjects have started tearing off their own flesh, consuming it. The researchers are providing the medical care that's needed to save them, but in the end, the subjects, they all want to go back into that
I'm listening to this weird ass video right now.
That stimulant gas. The same thing that ruined them, turned them into these violent zombie-like creatures. They want that gas. They don't want to sleep. So the experimenters ask, why would you possibly want something that destroyed you? They say, well, I must remain awake. It's an addicting idea, the theory, the concept of what happens to humans if they don't sleep. There are content creators that have been trying to replicate that feeling. TikTok Live being one of the platforms. It's called Disturbed Sleep live streams. This is a whole niche of TikTok live streams.
What the fuck?
A camera is set up and it's live streaming a tiny little bunker-esque room with a tiny bed. There are neon lights typically everywhere. It's not the type of environment that you're gonna catch some good quality sleep. You have the live streamer on the bed, and then there's this board behind them. And this live streamer, when their eyes are closed, they're acting like nobody else is in the room with them.
I'm watching a true crime video currently. You guys are listening to. It's worst TikTok mom loves to date killers in prison and makes daughters call them daddy. But this, she's talking about other things right now too.
Dealerships will blow up, fill up the room, and start singing Baby Shark loudly at full volume. The concept is very simple. You donate money to watch the live streamer get woken up over and over and over again, not being allowed to fall asleep, never getting the sleep that they desperately claim that they want.
Are they sleeping or are they sitting there?
They're sleeping. They're laying down, eyes closed.
So how did that balloon pop up?
Once you donate, it's all automated.
What?
Yeah, I don't know if someone is there helping.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, and they make money. You get your own little Russian sleep experiment. You get to torture these live streamers, and humanity becomes less appealing for aliens to save. This is the TikTok live streaming world. It is like an internet's no man's land. I mean, sometimes it's fine.
That'd be
Sometimes you get
fun.
those packaging videos or like the crystal scoops.
You guys can just
or
wake me
the
up when I
live
fall
harvesting
asleep. You guys would
pearls from
love
oysters.
that so
I don't
much.
know
You guys
how good
try
that
to
is,
wake
but
me
we
up.
get those. Other times you go on there and it just progressively gets weirder. There are people pretending to be robots saying, if you donate X amount, I will slap myself in the face. There's this one guy who's on live. He makes these card houses, like, you know, you stack the cards, and he just starts crying, begging viewers not to donate, which is confusing. And of course, reverse psychologies everyone into donating because they want to know what's going to happen if they donate. And he's just sobbing like someone is holding him at gunpoint. Some people sit there and they tell you the fate of the rest of your life for a small Galaxy donation of $9. I mean, it is the place to breed insanity. And
To an
as of
extent.
recently, a woman named Ash Trevino becomes one of the more perverse additions to TikTok Live. Ash Trevino is a 36-year-old woman from Texas who is very clearly doing well for herself on these TikTok live streams. She claims that the most that she's ever made in a single live stream, one sitting there for 2.5 hours, she received $12,000 in donations. $12,000. And her content is not even that stimulating. Like, if you're swiping through TikTok Live, you see a man sleeping next to a giant air balloon puppet, you see a man crying on live, these are gonna capture your attention. She just sits there at her makeup desk on the phone talking to her boyfriend. And you're just listening to them talk. You listen to their conversation like a little fly on the wall. I mean, one of her many boyfriends.
Well, that's kind of
One
like
them
what
is
these
named
live streams are
Francisco,
anyways. You just
and the
sit
live
there like
stream
a
is set up to
like a
face
fly
her.
on the
She's
wall.
got him
My
on
vodka's being
speakerphone on a
delivered
separate
in
phone.
10
and
minutes
she's
by
all giggling.
Instacart.
She's like a little girl.
Nice. The
She says
countdown
it's no, there was a
begins.
woman
Honk
above.
honk.
She puts the phone up to the live stream.
2.3K people watching you right now.
Francisco, you just hear his voice. He says, I'm just saying, I'm not going to share advice. Like, if you want to take the time of your day to actually get to know me.
You want to take the time of your day to actually get to know me.
No, I don't need them to like you. I don't need them to like you, sir.
Oh my God.
Guys, he's innocent, and I don't care what y'all say, what y'all think. He's innocent, and y'all are going to see that. And when he becomes...
What they're commenting?
And yeah, they were like, oh, he's not innocent, he's dumb, this and that. Oh, they said he's innocent, but he's in jail. Oh my God, they said, honestly, rip to those who lost their lives.
And her viewers, Ash Trevino's viewers, they start turning on her, asking her, why would any of this be funny? Why is this funny to you? Why are you laughing? And she responds angrily, why is it funny? Because you guys are sitting there posting it on my stuff. That's why it's funny. Because y'all are making it seem like some man is guilty of that when he has nothing to do with that. So that's why it's so funny, because y'all are blaming somebody that's innocent. Like, y'all don't even know the whole freaking story, bro. Y'all see what y'all hear and what y'all read, and it's not even the truth. Like, I don't care. I don't care. Which has people begging the question, what did he do? What is he innocent of? March 28th,
Yeah,
2018,
the
9:30
fuck?
p.m. The King County sheriffs are called to this apartment complex. It's a big apartment complex. It's one of those where you have multiple different units, multiple different buildings and facilities. And the police, they know why they're called to the apartment, but even when they get there physically, it's like every single resident came out of their unit and now they're just running. They're scrambling. People are running every which way. The entire apartment complex feels like all hell has broken loose. The police go straight to the place where everybody is running away from. They go straight there. They're going in the opposite direction. They get to the side of the apartment complex, and on the pavement, they find two bodies, laying there soaked in blood. Two teenage girls, 13-year-old Elizabeth Juarez and 19-year-old Eviana Cortez. And now the question that police have is, why would anybody want to kill two teenage girls? Especially one that's 13. This doesn't even make any sense. What kind of people have it out for them? In 13-year-old Elizabeth's bag, they find a black can of spray paint. And above her body, they see all of this graffiti. They're called like gang tags. You mark your territory, essentially street gangs will, by graffitiing their symbols, their names, their street names, their gang names, their acronyms, and it has been reported that Elizabeth, 13-year-old Elizabeth, was part of the South Side Locos. It's a street gang, and I say was a part of very loosely because she's 13. I barely knew what I was doing at 13. The last thing that I had the mental capacity to do is pledge my loyalty and life to a gang. But apparently, she had seen that a rival from an opposing gang, their rival street gang, was moving into their apartment complex. And prior to moving in, they had come in and graffitied their name, ULK, all over the apartment complex. So as the rival gang member, she goes
Nobody said
and
live
she
streaming
just
is
starts
new.
crossing it out. She crosses out their acronyms, crosses out their names, and that is perceived to be a direct threat. Somebody sees her doing this. Now you're gonna think, if you see a little 13-year-old girl graffitiing on the side of the wall, even if you're a part of the opposing gang, I don't know, aren't there codes of conduct? Don't harm children. Would you not just think to yourself, what has this 13-year-old gotten into joining a gang? But no, she is shot and killed. Along with her, Eviana Cortez, who just happened to be there that day. She had nothing to do with the graffiti. Elizabeth is shot in the back of the head and the back of the left thigh. Eviana is shot 4 times to her stomach, leg, and left ear. They are both pronounced dead at the hospital.
Yeah, it's Rotten Mango.
So
She does
he lives
podcast
there,
video
he just
type things.
walked
It's
out,
true crime.
Open fire?
In a car.
Mostly.
Yeah. That is Francisco, and that is what he is in jail for. This is the person that TikToker, if you can even call her that, viral train wreck, Ash Trevino, is dating and is live streaming, talking to on the phone while he's in prison for these crimes. She said, they said RIP to the people who lost their lives, and she's cackling. She claims that he's innocent, but is he really? 19 shell casings were found at the crime scene, and Francisco's DNA was found on those shell casings. In Francisco's apartment, they find a revolver, a 9mm magazine matching the shell casings left at the crime scene. They find a laser sight for a handgun to help aim. They find loose ammo as well as writing that confirmed Francisco's gang affiliation. They find messages and photos referencing the double homicide on his phone. In one video that Francisco takes, he is at the memorial for both of his victims. This is days after the murder, allegedly saying, "Man, shows you the repercussions when you f with a G-man. You already know what it is. ULK, his gang name." It is believed that he sent this video to fellow gang members on Snapchat. They also found messages from another gang member to Francisco.
Ooh, what a hard
sending picture of
ass. He
Elizabeth with the
killed a
words, "RIP
13-year-old little
To
girl.
which Francisco's account responds, "Fetch." 13-year-old. But another aspect to this case that makes people feel like, yeah, sure, but he's definitely guilty. He's got quite a list of crimes that he's been convicted for aside from the double homicide. Tampering with evidence. He tried to intimidate a minor to take the fall for a gun that was found in his car. He has 2 convictions for assault, one of which took place in the jail. The reason that he assaulted a fellow inmate is apparently a guy walks into the unit. Turns out he's part of the rival gang, and without any provocation, Francisco takes off his jail slippers and just starts jumping on this man.
What the
punching,
fuck?
kicking him, throwing him onto the ground.
Yeah,
So
seriously, ZYZ.
aside from that, the 4 assault cases, the witness tampering case, Francisco is already in prison for another murder that he has been convicted of another rival gang member.
Of course he
He
is.
murdered 3 people?
Yes. He is
He's
connected
killed
to
3
3 separate
people.
murders, 4 assault cases, 1 case of tampering with a witness. The prosecutors wrote this about him.
Damn,
Given the
Ash
defendant's
Trevino.
brutal course of conduct and disregard
You got your
for human
daughters
life, the
around
defendant
this fool?
clearly presents a substantial likelihood of danger to the entire community. He is in prison, but somehow that is exactly what TikToker Ash Trevino wants in a romantic partner. She likes to date men in prison that are
I know
accused of
girls
doing
like
heinous
that.
things
I have
and
friends that do
documents
this.
all of this on her TikTok live streams. Netizens are getting involved in real time to try and call the authorities to get her children taken away from her and her prison boyfriends. They want to save her kids from her. Her being Ash Trevino, the now infamous inmate hopper.
Inmate hopper. It's crazy. I could never. What's up, Raj?
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. They are a volunteer-based and provide free medical care and humanitarian
we're not
aid
here
to
for this
thousands of injured,
politic-
abused, and abandoned.
Political
Professional,
shit.
it just felt
Bada bing, bada
What the
boom.
fuck?
there has been a professional. It just felt.
It changed twice.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Have you
Do you want lip filler?
as an There's also for both of the call CPS. You have to have. We'd also, but the constantly live streaming.
Here we
It's
go.
like being a CCTV camera
The Heartbreak Kid.
on her phone,
Yeah.
just a wall camera, a fly on the wall.
How old are her kids?
She is 36. She has 2 daughters that are 16 and 13. And she believes that the internet is unjustly trying to get them taken away from her. Ashley addresses this in a live stream saying,
y'all are really trying to get my kids taken from me, and it's not going to happen. Do you know how many CPS cases I've had on me in the last 4 months, and I still have custody of my kids? Like, you do understand when you call CPS, you have to have actual proof that they're in an unfit condition, right? You do understand that, right? For those of y'all that love to call CPS on me, y'all do understand. You have to have proof that my kids are in harm's way, my kids are this, my kids are that, y'all really have to have proof.
so here is the list of proof that netizens have gathered against Ash Trevino.
Did she just brag about she had 20 cases
Yes.
on her?
And nothing has happened. That's her biggest flex, biggest accomplishment, is evading CPS, falling through the cracks of CPS. In the state of Texas, one of the main things
Wow.
CPS workers are looking for is kitchen and food availability. The guidelines are along the lines of kitchens should have healthy, readily available food. CPS looks for balanced food options like fruits, vegetables, dairy, and proteins to ensure proper child nutrition, which some netizens are pointing out that it seems like the entirety of the food consumption that Ash eats. I mean, there are fitness gurus who have done 40-minute videos on Ash Trevino's diet, just critiquing the way she eats.
Holy
Her
shit.
main consumption is hot Cheeto and bean dip.
Bean dip, because I'm the bean dip queen.
Ashley does these massive grocery hauls that netizens have been dubbing the Red 40 haul. Red 40 after the chemical coloring, because she will spend
You're right,
maybe
but it has some
$800
true
at
crime
the grocery store and just
implications
come
with
home different
her
variations
boyfriend
of hot
being in
Cheetos and
prison
sour
for
candies,
3
which
murders.
I will say,
Yeah, or hot
not
Cheetos.
having access to healthy produce or
Very
fresh food
weird.
is a big problem, especially in the state of this economy. And I don't think that netizens should dictate what other people eat or don't eat. But a few things. Ashley is a mother, and it's typically a natural want for parents to want to feed their kids fresh, healthy meals that are nutritious. But if she does not have the financial resources, that's one thing. But she is spending $700, $800 on chips and snacks during these grocery hauls. There is not a fresh leaf in sight.
$700? Like
And she lets you know.
100 bags of chips?
Yeah, she'll read you the whole receipt. She'll show you the receipt. She loves showing people how much money she spends.
7:38.
Which naturally angers a lot of netizens. A lot of netizens feel like if I had $800 to blow on groceries in a single trip, I would get my kids everything fresh and nutritious. I would get them so many eggs. In another live stream, her kids are talking
Yeah,
about how
it's
they want Ashley to make
$13
food for them
eggs.
tomorrow. And she's shocked. She's genuinely shocked on the live stream.
Oh, you want me to cook tomorrow?
Both of y'all. She gives both of her kids a death glare. Like, they have asked her to sacrifice her life for a bag of tennis balls. Netizens point out they have never seen her daughters eat a home-cooked meal. Ever. And they suspect that her 2 kids are probably suffering
He
from
looked a
lack of
little like
nutrition.
Harry
She
Potter.
also eats chips in a very
That's
interesting
funny.
way, or like a few times she has. She gets the chips in her hand, and she throws it back like she's taking a shot. And one comment reads, she's eating chips like she's taking a damn vitamin, and it's taking me out. Yeah, but I guess one could argue, I mean, at least her kids are being fed, right? I guess. The next thing CPS looks for are appropriate sleeping arrangements. This is a big one. Infants need safe cribs, free of blankets and toys. Opposite children over 6 years old should typically have separate rooms, and bunk beds must have safety railings for younger children. When Ash is doing a live stream, she's showing off her apartment. She does a quick peek into her daughter's room. They share a room, 16 and 13, and netizens are very quick to point out, wait, is that a singular air mattress on the floor for both the girls to sleep in?
Oof.
Just a singular air mattress in the room for both of her daughters to share. When netizens start pointing that out, Ashley states that they're not staying with her, implying it's fine because they're only here once in a while. They're staying with her parents. And again, not being able to afford proper furniture for children is not something that parents should be ashamed of. It's very difficult to provide the necessities these days. But Ashley should be ashamed. She gives her daughters an air mattress, not because of her lack of funds. It is her gross misappropriation of those funds. It's estimated that on her live streams, in gifts, donations alone, she brings in around $1,000 to $2,000 in a singular day. $1,000 to $2,000 a day. She says the most she's ever brought in 2.5 hours was $12,000.
Wow.
She's constantly on TikTok lives doing these hauls. She shows off her new shoes. She's unboxing it. They're slippers. They're house slippers. And she says, these are not Temu. Trust me, I wish they were. And she opens up her Balenciaga slipper box and she's aggressively showing the Balenciaga tag to the camera.
All my name brand stuff is actually name brand.
Even when she does a makeup haul, she's insufferable. She says, I only spent $395 at Ulta. I was just putting things in the bag. I wasn't even looking at the prices. I literally thought that I was going to spend $1,000, but no, I only spent like $400. She says things like, $3,000 is like dirt to me because I don't need it. It's trash, but if y'all need it, I'll throw it to you. She gets herself the newest iPhone in pink because, of course, Miss Ashley Trevino is a pretty little princess. She goes to purchase a Louis Vuitton purse, and I'm not entirely sure why she chooses this purse, but it's quite literally a carry-on bag. She just buys a giant-sized duffel bag, but uses it as a purse. She just always has it like on the crook of her elbow, and she just starts carrying around a Louis Vuitton travel bag to the point where it has sparked a trend on TikTok where people say, I'm Ash Trevino and I'm showing you my outfit for the day, and they're hooking on literal suitcases to the crook of their elbows because it's just the most...
Is it like a tote bag or...
No, it's a duffel with the two short handles. Yeah, the Louis Vuitton duffel.
Actual duffel bag.
Yes, an actual duffel bag. It's like the size of her. She said she paid
I was getting too out to wear it.
$3,000.
That's funny.
I guess she paid that much to look ridiculous. There's also a clip of her where she's seen out shopping and she has this little Louis Vuitton bag. And it's not a purse, it's the actual shopping bag, indicating that she just got out of the store. And when she sees somebody recording her, she places it straight in front of her and starts swinging it around. It is the strangest thing. She says, I kid you not, I already bought 2 Louis purses over $6,000 within a month, couple weeks. Sunglasses from Louis, my apartment, I'm telling you it's good money. She's talking about TikTok lives. She brags about spending $327 at the Cheesecake Factory for 2 people, which, I will be real with you, the Cheesecake Factory is not cheap, but it's also not that expensive.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But she can't afford beds for her kids?
Yeah,
Her
right.
explanation to netizens, and I don't know if she's going to have a
Crazy.
chance to explain this to CPS workers or if they're even going to ask, but I digress. She explained.
For sure, but now that I know that they fixed up their room, you see the LED lights? They fixed up their room. They brought their cajones back from my mom's house because they had their vanity stuff over there. They brought everything back, so now I'm going to buy them a bed for Christmas. But I'm going to get it before Christmas. But I don't know if I should get them bunk beds because they're older or if I should get them one bed to share.
That's crazy.
Yeah. She says, additionally, this excuse is brought up that she's just not sure which bed to get them, and that's the reason that she's stalling from purchasing a bed. But she continues to spend so much money. She spends, I would assume, thousands of
Crazy.
dollars every single week on DoorDash, Ubers, and Airbnbs, as well as alcohol.
Like she's living at different Airbnbs?
Yes, she just loves to go to different Airbnbs and just party with 19-year-olds that she meets on TikTok. This is a 36-year-old woman. This is oddly infuriating, but it's not just material goods that she's purchasing. At one point, Ashley leaves her kids at home to go to Disneyland. She lives in Texas, so she flies to Disney, which Disney adults, great, do your thing. But also, if you have children and you love Disney, I can't imagine not wanting to
Yeah, not
experience it
wanting
with
to
them.
take your
When
kids
netizens
to
call her out on
Disney.
this, like, this is so weird. You've got 2 girls and you go to Disney by yourself?
I didn't take them to Disney. I've said this before. If you were not on that live, I'm sorry you weren't there. But I did not take them to Disney because my kids do not fly.
What do you mean when she said that they don't fly?
They don't like to get on an airplane, which is not true. Her kids have TikTok accounts, and one of them debunked her, literally saying, I don't know why she said that. Like, I fly. Like, I'm not scared of airplanes. This is so weird. And also, if the reason that she doesn't take them is because of school, why doesn't she just take them when they're on break? It's not like she has to go Monday through Wednesday. She could go on the weekend or during spring break. But the bragging never ends. Ashley Trevino even casually brags about getting a BMW. She just is in a BMW one day. She's sitting there eating In-N-Out live streaming, and she's showing her face. So she's sitting in the driver's seat eating In-N-Out, and she goes, y'all, I'm eating In-N-Out. And then she takes time to reverse the camera to show the steering wheel, and she said, okay, I got a BMW and it suits me. Sunroof, and it's nice. Like, it has an LED light over here and over here on the dash as well.
Did she buy a BMW or
Yeah.
is she?
So clearly she can afford a bed. She also makes fun of her friends for flying Spirit while she flies first class. It is expected by CPS that parents provide a safe environment for their children. Interactions between family members are evaluated to identify nurturing relationships or potential signs of emotional or physical abuse. In another live stream, Ashley is on live while she's on the phone with her daughter. She asks her daughter, do you want lip fillers? Which her daughters, even if they were of age, they're 13 and 16, I wouldn't feel comfortable with my mom asking me that. I would feel pretty insecure.
Do you want lip filler?
No, my lips are actually big.
They're not that big, baby.
Okay, but they're big enough for me.
They're not that big.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Why are you being a hater?
Let me see.
They look like the same size as yours.
No, they don't.
Mom, yes, they do.
And no, they don't.
She's FaceTiming her daughter and smirking on the camera at her own daughter's lips, and she's scoffing. In a separate live stream, she's on FaceTime again with her daughter, and her daughter says, my nose is so perfect. This is a little taken out of context, and I'll explain, but it has gone viral.
Yeah, my nose is so perfect.
No, your nose is not perfect.
Wow.
Bye.
Now, to be fair, this is
Damn, she hates her daughter.
And this is the FaceTime where she reveals it to her mom. So she does have some right, I guess, to be angry, but not really, because she's not mothering them well anyway, regardless. But netizens don't think that makes this any better. This is the same woman that on live stream, she called her own two daughters slurs while laughing.
Such as?
Slurs targeted towards the Mexican community. In another clip, she's talking to her kids and they're arguing. I have an A+ in every class. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you're not. You're not. You're probably barely gonna pass anyway, literally. To which comments read, who needs enemies when you have a mom like Ash Trevino? But it's not even just the emotional abuse, because there are so many different pillars on how you take care of children. You can't even just physically provide the necessities. You have to emotionally be there and physically be there for them. Her younger daughter, E, has to go to the hospital one day. They already made it back home. She's on live stream. And Ashley, instead of taking her, jumps on another TikTok live.
I'm upset we have the same
Guys,
name.
this is my sickly baby. That's the one that I have to go take to the hospital and go get tested in a couple weeks. I'm not going to explain nothing else because she doesn't want me to.
What the
Mere
fuck?
minutes later, I don't even think 10 minutes have passed. She says, if y'all want me to tell you about my baby girl's health, go ahead and send the galaxies. Galaxies being $15 donations on TikTok, because there's tiers to the donations.
If y'all want me to tell y'all about my baby girl's health, go ahead and send the galaxies.
She's willing to sell her daughter's medical history for the highest bidder. In another moment that might end up in a CPS file somewhere, Ashley's live streaming. She's walking into her room dancing to her song called Nunu. We're gonna get into that. One of her daughters is throwing up in the hallway. She tells her mom, Mom, I just threw up.
Mom, I just threw up.
You just threw up?
Yeah.
Why?
I just threw up.
You're lying.
Let me throw.
She turns around and keeps dancing.
Mom, I threw up. Why are you dancing? You dancing? Yes. Alexa, stop.
Bro, I was jamming to Nunu.
Netizens are commenting, the fact that her first instinct is to accuse her of lying? She treats her daughters like they're just roommates in their own home, like there's no relationship between them. For Thanksgiving, for example, Ashley drives her kids. These are the netizens are compiling on Reddit all the things that they want to send to CPS. They're like mass reporting her to CPS. For Thanksgiving, Ashley drives her kids 8 hours to El Paso, Texas, where she's going to stay with who she calls her tia. Tia meaning auntie in Spanish. But this is not Ashley's auntie. This is not the kids' tia. This is a random person that Ashley has met on the internet that she calls auntie. She's not been invited to her own parents' Thanksgiving, so she's going to a random person that she met online to her home, bringing her kids all the way to El Paso, Texas on Thanksgiving.
Hey, Chanel, I
leaving
gotta
them
see you.
sick and alone in the
That's
Airbnb.
insane.
She's like, go order DoorDash for Thanksgiving. I'm gonna go get drunk at the bars. And she's live streaming all of this.
Wait, I'm so sorry. It's Thanksgiving. You're
Yeah.
going to the stranger's house.
Yeah, and then, so she rented an Airbnb in El Paso, Texas. And she goes to El Paso to meet up with her auntie that is a stranger that she meets online. She brings her kids, throws them into the Airbnb, and is like, here, order DoorDash, because I'm about to go out with the auntie that I met on TikTok and a bunch of her friends.
Oh.
On Thanksgiving, she's like, just order whatever you want. But it's already not a good look, but it gets worse. While
Wow.
she's posting in El Paso, because she does not understand that live streaming does not mean that you have to stream the entirety of your life, she starts posting about being in El Paso. Another creator on TikTok sees this and posts a TikTok where she is tying her hair up into a messy bun, and she says, when you find out Ashley Trevino is in El Paso, indicating she's trying to fight Ashley Trevino. Ash, a full mother of two, starts mocking the creator on her live stream.
She's like, when you find out Ash Trevino's in El Paso, I'm in El Paso and I'm your baby daddy. What are you gonna do?
She proceeds to tell the girl, then pull up then, and gives out the very specific bar that she will be visiting later that night. She begs the creator to pull up because the creator is GHETTO and they're in the rich neighborhood and the cops are going to take care of her. Ashley is live streaming at the bar, and I'm not entirely sure why she looks so surprised when the creator that she has been taunting the entire night does indeed show up to the bar. Since she's pretty much given out her GPS coordinates and everything, she's just sitting there while the other creator is saying, you asked me to pull up, and now you don't want to say anything, you asked me to pull up. The situation escalates to some mediocre hair pulling before everybody is kicked out of the establishment. The other creator goes on live to talk about what happened, and she says, this is me. I was like, so you tell me to pull up? You tell me to pull up? And Ash starts getting up. So I went and I grabbed her hair. I snatched that. Bro, tell me why her hair feels like f***ing grass, bro. I grabbed it and it ripped off. Ash is later live streaming, brushing her hair with her fingers, saying, I don't even have my bobby pin anymore. I think she took it. I really do think she took it, like, for an autograph or something, because I don't have it anymore. You would have thought, like, a that didn't like me was gonna swing. She would have swung at the okay? This pulls my hair. Like, it's the first reaction this does. And I'm like, she pulled my hair. And this fat is, this really fat. She's saying all of this in the car while the stranger that she met on TikTok, the auntie, is driving. But now, to some extent, this auntie is intoxicated. They were live streaming in the bar where viewers clearly see her drinking. So now the drinking and driving is being live documented. When they get back to the auntie's house, the kids end up coming there, and E, the younger daughter, is not feeling well. She feels sick, she wants to throw up. On top of that, she's likely stressed and freaking out, or at least anxious about the bar fight that Ashley got into, because she tells Ashley, I saw the video of what happened at the bar, like I was watching the live. And if you're wondering, how do I know all of this? It's because Ashley is still live streaming right now at the auntie's house. And when they're at the Tia's house, when the night is over, the Tia's ex-boyfriend and his new girlfriend come over and a whole fight breaks out. Ashley is live streaming. You can't see too much. The cameraman is not doing their job because they're in the middle of the fight. Eventually, Ashley decides to call the police, but she's still live streaming. She does not turn it off. She does not mute her phone. She goes on to tell the police that they need to hurry and come, and here is the address. She says her auntie's full residential home address on the live stream. She doxes this auntie's place of residence, but also the place that she brought her children to. The police leave, and the auntie and all of them go back to Ashley's rented Airbnb because they don't feel safe there anymore. Which, side note, this is actually where a
Wow.
viral TikTok clip is formed. Ash Trevino
She's
calls
fucking
her private parts her
stupid.
Nunu, and she has this whole song about it, and people have this running joke that her
Yeah,
her private
exactly.
spots are quite smelly. They don't smell good.
Exactly,
and there's this one clip that's been
J-Man.
taken out of
Wait,
context.
why did she call it Nunu?
I have no clue.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's asking her auntie, "Does it smell? Yeah, does it smell? Does it smell? Does it smell in there? Does it smell? Does it smell? Does it smell? Did it smell? Did it smell?" And she's asking her like 10 times while she's on live stream.
Did it smell? Did it smell?
The context of this is she was vaping in the bathroom, and she didn't want her kids to know that she was vaping in the bathroom. But that doesn't even make sense because in a different live, she was caught giving her kids her vape to use.
What?
So I don't know why she's asking if it smelled, if she was insinuating something else and then was trying to cover it up with this whole vape story, but it's become this whole internet meme with a life of its own of, did it smell? Did it smell? Did it smell? No, but did it smell? So the group of them, they're now back at Ashley's Airbnb, and the daughters are
What
there.
the fuck?
Ashley is live streaming, and she's standing there chowing down on fries, and you just hear the auntie talking to her because a physical fight broke out. I don't know the extent, but it seems like to some extent there was domestic violence. This is the auntie's ex-boyfriend that came, and a physical altercation took place between him and the auntie. And the auntie, she's dry heaving because
Sorry,
it's
I'm off
pretty
camera right
clear
now. I'm also
that
smoking,
from the
guys.
perspective of the live stream, she was harmed physically to some level. She tells Ashley, I don't know how much abuse I told you about, but I never told my daughter about it. It is so ridiculous because Ashley continues chowing down on the fries that someone even comments, and back to the food we go. The El Paso incident, it becomes dubbed that in the Ash Trevino lore, is just this incredibly idiotic and unsafe situation. The drinking and driving, obviously, but also the fact that Ashley is egging a stranger to come and fight her, even though her kids are in town. She doxes her auntie. She confronts the stranger at the bar. I mean, there's so much going on, and it's just flat out dumb. But the most mind-numbing thing, the most mind-numbing part of all of this is this isn't even the first time that somebody pulls up to fight Ashley. She has been through this whole rodeo before. Ashley has started getting herself into altercations with other TikTokers, one of them being a creator by the name of Tampa Bay, who has taken the initiative to create a GoFundMe to support her travel fees to go to Ashley's home to physically assault her and pull up, which I like to mind my own business most of the time. I don't know the first thing about Tampa Bay, but I do know that Ashley should understand that whatever she is doing online is going to come back to her kids. There are creators out there that are wanting to find Ashley's home and confront her, her home where her kids often stay. It's a dangerous situation overall. Ashley would even tell Tampa Bay, pull up to my house then, pull up. Tampa Bay said she was going to come and find me.
I'll be waiting.
Tampa Bay does in fact pull up. Thankfully, the kids are fine. Well, fine in that situation, but Ashley has repeatedly doxed her home address with no regard for her kids' safety. There have been incidents where the girls, the children, have noticed strange cars driving around, scoping out their house, and naturally they get very concerned, they get very anxious, very worried. They call the police. The two daughters and Ashley are home. Ashley is home. The guardian is home. The police arrive. They have to take a report. Ashley lets her two girls talk to the police officer while she stands there, pointing her finger in the air, holding up her phone. She's in the midst of a very intense, cutthroat TikTok battle. This is how she signals donate, donate. So you know TikTok battles, you see the lifeline go up and you're trying to get donations to beat the other creator. You have to keep doing some tapping motion to indicate like donate, donate, donate. This is her favorite thing, to tap in the air. And that means donate to me, donate to me. And she's tapping. I mean, nothing, not even her safety, her children's safety, is going to get in the way of her getting those freaking galaxies. She goes out to the front to get a view of the cop car. She's showing this in the back, the officer, and she's whispering, double it, double it, double it, double it, double it, double it, come on, double it, double it, double it.
Is she whispering or?
Yeah, but I'm sure the officer can hear her.
What the fuck?
Yeah. In another clip, she tells the live that her daughter has a burn, and she asks, what can I put on their burn? She's on the phone with her friend who says, I really think you should take your daughter to urgent care if it's bad. Can you send me a picture of it? Then I'm gonna have to get a freaking Uber. Okay, just because you have to get an Uber doesn't mean you shouldn't take her to the freaking urgent care. I know, but I have to get up early tomorrow. So now she is physically neglecting her children as well. But it does get worse. When one is watching an Ash Trevino live stream, there's always one thing that gets brought up, used, seen, just peeking from the side somewhere like a little stalker, and it's her adult device, specifically one that is shaped like a rose. I'm just going to call it the rose, the haunted rose. And when she is confronted with the fact that she just has him laying it around in a home where she has a 13 and 16-year-old daughter, I mean, why? Why not put it in a drawer like a normal person? She's asked on live, why do people support you when you have toys in front of your minor kids? And she
Yeah,
screams,
that's weird as
use
fuck.
them? They still touch them, asking, what should we name these? So to give you some context, there was an incident that this creator is referring to from a separate live stream. Ashley is She's charging the haunted rose. And I guess one of her kids spots it and is like, what is this that's charging?
Oh, ew, why is that thing charging? Can you leave my rose alone? Bro, leave my rose alone. She needs me in a little bit.
And the daughter asks, what's her name? Who? The rose? What's her name? Oh, I haven't named her yet. What should we name her? We should name her H. She says her name. Her own name. The daughter says her own name. Because she's 16. She doesn't know what's going on. And the mom says, ew, I don't want to name her that. Ashley just has this strange belief that is so untethered from reality that if she says something during a live stream, it just goes floating into the ether. It can never be used against her. She admits to her viewers on live that she used to have this crazy animosity towards her eldest daughter. She says she didn't even like the fact that her children's father always paid more attention to their daughter than to her.
That is
Wow.
Because it's a little child that needs a lot of attention and care to fully develop into a functioning human being, and that is the responsibility of both parents. But to Ashley, this is rather unacceptable. One of the 7 deadly sins, if you ask her. She claims that she would get so upset that she would grab her daughter H by the hair and yank her to the ground. And she's saying all of this proudly.
She literally has been through, like, the bottom of her life. Like, I'm telling you, whenever we lived with her dad, I used to pull her by the hair because I was so mad at her. Like, I feel like he loved her more than he loved me. And so, like, I took my anger out on her. And she doesn't even, like, hate me for that. Like, she doesn't even remember that.
Netizens are threatening, if not already dialing CPS on Ashley for that clip alone. They're
Wow.
commenting about how crazy this is that she's jealous of her
What a
own
dumb
child.
bitch.
Ashley decides to then further address this situation on a separate live stream, clarifying. By the way, she's doing her makeup while clarifying this very serious allegation, and the beauty blender she is using is the biggest makeup sponge I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes. It's the size of a dish sponge. But that's neither here nor there. She continues, she states, was I hit as a kid? Yes. I was always hit as a kid. That's why I wouldn't hit my kids. I never abused my daughter, you guys. What I said was, I would get mad at her, yes, I would. I pulled her hair, yeah, but I never abused her. I never hit my kids, you guys. That's one thing y'all need to understand. The only reason that I pulled her hair was because she ran from me and I tried to grab her, and instead I grabbed her hair. I never abused my kids. I never hit my kids. If you ask my kids if I hit them, I don't hit them. That's why they don't listen to me. And this was when she was little. This was a long time ago. I don't care. Y'all can sit there and call me an abuser, call me what you want, but at the end of the day, my kids know I never abuse them. They never have bruises on them. If anything, I bribe my kids with money. But then on a separate live stream, she'll also admit that she almost went to jail. She says, how did the glass break? So I'm implying, I'm deducing that there was some broken glass and everybody was asking her about it. She said, I threw the glass. I broke my phone too. My phone's broke right now. 2 days ago, me and my daughter got into it and she threw a chair at me and my leg is bruised. She put her hands on me and I already told her, stop putting your hands on me, bro. This is not the first time she's done that. We can somewhat decipher that she threw her phone and some sort of glass object. And she does even more alarming stuff. These are all the things that people are trying to report to CPS. Ashley is on the phone with a romantic interest of hers. He's on speakerphone, and Ashley has her daughter right next to her. The guy asks her,
Hey, can I ask you a question? Can I take it to my crib?
Sure, go ahead. Just don't fucking take advantage of my daughter.
Wait, what you said?
Just don't make me a grandma.
What?
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It just reminds me very much of Jennifer Soto.
Yeah.
Why are you even saying that? Why are you bringing up Woody Allen right now?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Later on the live stream, she says, it's like one of my kids. She meets a guy. She likes him. Hypothetically, this is what she's saying hypothetically.
That
She wants
was
to do something.
sick.
The guy asks her, how old are you? She says, I'm 18. I'm 17. She's 15 at this point. Guy believes it, and then I find out. Honestly, if I find out my daughter's doing something, I'm not gonna sit there and call the cops. I was her age once. I was doing it, so. But the alarming stuff comes in by the types of people that she decides to surround herself and
That's
indirectly
so bad.
put in her daughter's paths.
Saying that she
goes on a live
ugh,
stream
the
to talk
guy.
about writing to Chris Watts, the infamous killer
Ew.
who killed his wife and his 2 kids. Her friend tells her that he's evil, that he killed his wife and kids. And Ashley responds, well, maybe he killed his wife because he's not happy.
Here we go.
and said that the episode on Chris Watts on some sort of crime show made her fall asleep.
What does that imply? Like,
It is just rude. What do you mean? 3 people
Always,
lost
yeah,
their lives
always
and
put
you're
my
falling
son
asleep
above
on the couch?
everything.
Just turn it off.
He's my whole
Why are you
world.
saying
I don't
this? What's
understand
happening
how
right
people
now?
can.
Do you
Ugh.
know what an
This
inmate
shit's
hopper
disgusting.
is? It's someone who likes to date
I just-
inmates and will
What
jump
she
from one
said,
inmate
she was
to
on the
another.
phone with this guy that
Typically,
was
I
in
would imagine
prison,
themselves
and
are not an
he said,
inmate, so
"Hey,
they're
can I take you back to
instead
my
of on
crib?"
Hinge, they're
And she said,
exclusively
"Yeah,
finding
just don't
romantic
take
partners
advantage
on
of my daughters." And she
writers.com.
starts busting
And
out
Ashley
laughing.
Trevino gets known
Then
on
he said,
TikTok for
"What'd you
being
just
an
say?"
inmate
And he
hopper.
said
But
that
it
like
really
3
all
times.
starts
"What'd you just
with
say?"
this very awkward
And she
moment
said, "Just
when
don't make
she
me a
live streamed
grandma."
herself
And she starts
picking up
laughing.
her boyfriend of 9
Sick
months
fuck.
from jail while he's being released.
wait, is this the one that happened?
No, that was a separate
Oh.
person who likes to sleep with inmates when they get out, or she slept with one inmate and it was connected to Wade Wilson because she was like, Wade Wilson, hi, and then we covered it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a thing. It's a thing, yes. She brings him to this hotel room. There's a giant heart on the hotel bed made out of roses. She has a whole snack basket picked out for him, and he's just walking in, and the whole live stream is uncomfortably awkward. He's ignoring her. He doesn't seem excited to be there. He doesn't even look excited to be a free man. It almost appears by some netizens' perspectives that the prospect of him getting into bed with Ashley Trevino, he'd rather go back into his cell. And the energy, the visuals are just off, and people are commenting. I remember when my ex came out of jail, he literally could not stop touching me nonstop. He would not stop holding me. He would not stop paying attention to me. Jesse showed no interest in her. This is so sad. It is pretty clear that Jesse was likely using her for commissary funds when he was in prison. Even when they live stream together, he looks like he wants to keep a safe 6 feet social distancing space between them. But before you even feel a tiny, modest sympathy for Ashley, she also gets upset when Jesse wants to see his own children because she doesn't want his child's mother in his life. Within 3 days of Jesse being out, she's calling him her husband. People are confronting her about the fact that he has his child's mother's face tattooed on him, and they tell her, hey, are you not upset? They're just trying to start drama. Okay, they're egging her on, the netizens. They're like, are you not upset? You don't want your face tattooed on Jesse? And she gets very defensive. I'm good. I don't need a tattoo to symbolize what I am to my husband. As long as I know where I stand with my husband, we're fine. But she gets his TikTok handle tattooed on her. Not even his name, the TikTok handle. Like, at Rotten Mango, imagine you tattooing that.
Wait, she tattooed it on her body?
Yes, his TikTok handle.
What?
The relationship lasts somewhere in the ballpark of 8 business days before Ashley is on livestream ranting, clapping her hands as if we are the ones to blame for this. She says, and that's what irritates me. Y'all think you know him? Y'all don't, bro. I was with him for 9 months, holding him down, and he's talked so much crap about me. The tears that I have to hold back when I see him. Look, he's requesting again to be in my live stream. He's requesting again. Jesse is not a nice person. Jesse is a really mean, ugly person. Y'all don't know what I've had to endure the last 2 weeks, okay? I'm not wanting to bash him. He's not a nice person. Jesse let all these females make him feel like he was just the luckiest man out there. He was just using me for clout because without Ashley, Jesse is not nothing. Without Ashley, there
8
is no
days
Jesse.
and a
I
tattoo,
made
yeah.
Jesse. She's 36. Later in a video, she responds, why did you guys break up? So she's
Yeah,
like
me
reading the
too.
comments. Why did you guys break up? Because of social media. A lot of females were in his inbox. I just didn't have the trust. I would tell him I wish he was back in prison because I trusted him in prison because nobody knew who he was. Nobody was writing to him. He wasn't calling them. You know, when he came out, I let him have social media. I gave him a little cheap phone. I told him, make a TikTok. I said, make a TikTok, babe. And that was my biggest mistake, was to let him get involved in the social media life.
How many followers does she have?
It's hard to say because she keeps getting her accounts deleted.
Really?
Yeah, I think she's like on her 6th account.
Because of, like...
Yeah. I mean, because she'll
People
just...
report her and...
Yeah, and then she'll just completely flash her entire bare chest on a live stream on TikTok.
Huh.
There are also some very strange moments in this whole relationship saga with Jessie, Ashley goes on live where her daughters are her moderators. I don't know if they were her moderators for every single live, but the fact that they are her moderators and they have frequently said, like, Mom, don't do this, Mom, don't say this. They'll come into the room sometimes while she's live streaming to say, stop doing this. So it's pretty clear that they know what she's doing on live. They're watching. She states, to be honest, you guys,
I tell my
just gonna
son
give
not to
Jesse
act
more
my
clout.
stream.
Just kidding. He has an 8-inch.
I mean, the first day we did it like, what, 5 or 6 times? If I can remember, maybe a little bit more. The first day. The first weekend was pretty wild. I literally could feel him, like, up here. And I would tell him, like, it hurts. Like,
She goes into graphic detail describing the width, I guess. In a separate live, she's asked, was there passion? To be honest, yeah. It's crazy though, because for like 2 weeks, it was still good. After the second week, the first day we did it like 5 or 6 times. I can't even remember. Maybe a little more. The first day, the first weekend was pretty wild. I would tell him like, it hurts everywhere, everything. And then she would just nod, licking her lips. And every single time, we didn't use protection. And he never pulled out. Meanwhile, Jesse is on a separate live stream where he claims that he had to put a blanket to cover Ashley Trevino's entire body and face because he could not get excited for activities without that.
You're kidding.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
That's crazy.
Did you like put like a bag over her head when you guys,
Okay, so I put the blanket all over her. I just wanted to see that. If I seen anything else, it wasn't gonna work out. You know what I'm saying?
The top comments are, mind you, this is my phone. Mind you, I just woke up. Soon after their breakup, Ashley starts hinting at the fact that she might be pregnant. And hinting is a severe understatement. She might as well have tattooed it on her.
Oh my
Potentially pregnant.
god.
She tells her viewers,
I was ovulating the day after the day he came home. We can all be your baby daddy. You want to be my baby daddy? No, I already told Jesse that if I'm pregnant, I told him on the way to Irving. I said, on the way to Irving, I told him, I said, look, if I'm pregnant, because I told him, I said, I start my period in 3 days. And he's like, what are you telling me? I said, I'm just saying, I start my period in 3 days. And he's like, what are you telling me, Ashley? And I was like, no, I'm just saying, like, just in case, something happens and I'm pregnant, I don't need you to be there for me. I said, I can raise this baby on my own. I've raised 2 of them on my own. I don't need you to
He
be
says
here
it
to
like
raise
she
my
is
baby.
pregnant.
people were so confused by this. People started putting the dates together, and Ashley's digital footprint has likely accelerated climate change by at least 24 months. She is live streaming every single waking moment of her day, which is not a great thing to do if you don't want to get caught in your own lies. People are running through the timelines to point out, wait, if she was pregnant, then she had her period on this date, then she would have known that she was pregnant if she missed her period. But those days that she would have known that she was pregnant or potentially pregnant, she was just drinking and live streaming all the time. When she's confronted with this, netizens are very upset because that's a very serious thing to do, is drink while potentially pregnant. And she says she's drinking because she's not 1,000% confident that she's pregnant when you can just take a pregnancy test. She says that she merely has a suspicion that she's pregnant, but she didn't take a test yet. It is the very accurate, very true intellectual theory that if you don't know, it does not exist. She says, once I find out for sure that I'm pregnant, I'm not drinking. I am off of it for 9 months. But she's also very upset that her viewers care about her drinking alcohol and potentially being pregnant. She says,
I'm not going to answer yes or no if I'm pregnant. That's not what I'm going to do. You're going to have to wait. Y'all are not anybody important to me. So for me to just sit here and say, no, I'm not pregnant. Yes, I'm pregnant. Y'all are not important to me. I don't even know you.
very quickly, the newfound pregnancy becomes Ashley's entire personality. She streams, y'all, I have never been so scared to bring a baby into this world. Because when I brought them to, I was with their dad. Me and their dad were married each time. They were planned. This one was planned too, but I'm not with Jesse no more, and I'm scared. I'm scared.
Wait, is she pregnant or
We don't know.
she's just like crying about it?
Yeah. In another live stream, though, she complains,
Today, my back has been killing the fuck out of me. Like, I told Lisa, I said, girl, I feel like I'm about to start my period. And I just got off my period.
and everyone's like, how would you just get off your period if you're potentially pregnant? Eventually, the story becomes too ridiculous to sell. I mean, at some point, even the trees in your backyard are going to start putting 2 and 2 together, like none of this is making any sense. And ultimately, she addresses the pregnancy situation by saying, were you ever pregnant? Yes, unfortunately, I was. But the stress gets to you. So unfortunately, I was. And I was very sad, but I was happy at the same time. hinting at the fact that she suffered from a miscarriage from the stress. The comments read, "She reminds me of one of those high school girls that would say that they're pregnant for attention and then end up, quote, losing the baby." But later on, Jesse explains in a live stream that Ashley terminated the pregnancy, or at least that's what he thought, that she did not suffer from a miscarriage. To which Ashley responds on live,
Nobody was supposed to know that I had an abortion. And he literally just told everybody that I had an abortion. But I had an abortion because I didn't want to have his baby. Hey, Daddy.
I absolutely believe in my freedom of choice as a woman, but I think the difference between having it be a choice versus having a miscarriage are completely separate things, especially in this situation. She originally claimed that she lost her baby due to stress, and that is not a choice. Netizens were obviously sympathizing with her after that, and even had she said, "I made the choice to do this because I don't think I'm going to be a fit parent to a newborn right now," I mean, I guess it depends on everybody's beliefs, but I think that's perfectly normal. But netizens were obviously sympathizing with her, donating so much more to her because they thought that she had suffered this very traumatic thing that a lot of netizens can relate to. But
That's
it was a
fucking
lie.
sad,
In another
dude.
clip, she says,
He's just mad because I aborted our baby. I never wanted
Yeah.
to have his kid anyways. I'm literally glad I got rid of our baby. I didn't want nothing from him.
Hey, dancing.
what makes this even
I'm
worse is
alright.
the fact that in a separate live stream,
Just listening
this
to
is when
this
she was telling the
stream
whole world and everybody's
video.
mother
Sorry,
that
I've
she might
kind of
be
been off
pregnant.
camera. What's
She
up,
says, "If I'm
J-Man?
pregnant, I'm keeping the baby. I already told my kids. I told them, there's a possibility." So she's getting her minor children emotionally and potentially just mentally involved in this.
That's
With Jesse's
nuts.
relationship with Ash Trevino, that's where she really starts gaining a lot of TikTok fame. But people find out this is not her first relationship with an inmate. In fact, there was a previous one that she documented heavily through Instagram by the name of Isaiah Gonzalez. This was her previous husband that was in prison. She'd introduced her children to them. She had brought her two very young daughters. At this point, the eldest was about 10 years old. When
What?
she
Thank you, J-Man. I did get it. Thank you so much. That was fucking awesome.
How do we know about this?
Thank you.
She
That's
has
fucking
documented all over
awesome.
Instagram and then slowly starts talking about it on live. So through her Instagram, we find out that she's posting pictures of the girls visiting Isaiah Gonzalez. And she writes, "We had a great visit today and so blessed that both of our girls were able to go see Daddy. This is the part that is so sick and twisted. This is not the girl's biological father." But she almost convinces them, or maybe she's telling them to call him Daddy, or is convincing them that this is their new daddy. I don't know. She writes, "You can see the happiness on his face. Our first family picture, only one more glass visit until he gets to hug us all." Which I'm not sure you should be taking your children to prison to hug random inmates, but she even introduces Isaiah as the youngest's daddy to the world. She keeps doing this. She's saying, this is E's daddy. But he's not. He's not biologically her dad. He's not her dad anything. She posts more pictures of them meeting in prison. They're holding up hand hearts. She's hashtagging it Going Gonzalez because she's trying to marry him and his last name is Gonzalez. And ma'am, this is not a reality show. She'll hashtag Love on Lockdown. My heart is in Iowa Park, which is where his prison is located. But should her heart not be at home with her own two children? She posts another one where Isaiah is holding E, her youngest daughter, in his arms, physically, during visitation. She captions it, "Today we had the best visit with my husband and her daddy. It's always hard leaving him behind." Again, this is not E's biological father, let alone her
Yeah,
daddy.
that's
Her
weird
dad.
as
This is just some
fuck.
random inmate.
Confused as fuck.
Love all the time we
J-Man
get with him, and
91.
his smile says it all. Just a daddy and his baby girl. It's sad when she runs back for one more hug before we leave, but their bond is unbreakable. I do want to preface this by saying, I think with the way America likes to incarcerate people for just pretty much everything, there are people in prison for possessing weed. There are people in jail for allegedly being involved in an incident involving the United Healthcare CEO. There are a lot of reasons that people are incarcerated that a lot of people might not necessarily think they should be incarcerated for. I think that for a lot of inmates, having a strong support system outside of prison waiting for them when they get out, it does help rehabilitate them. Again, I'm talking for drug possession charges, things of that nature, health insurance fraud related charges involving massive healthcare companies, things of that nature. I think it's important for these people to have support, and I have a lot of respect for their partners and families that give them that while they're still being part of society and having to deal with the stigma of having a loved one in prison. However, finding inmates to date because you like the idea of being a prison wife is beyond my level of comprehension. Ashley posts on Instagram, August of 2019. She posts 2 pictures captioning,
That's
"Life
weird
had
as
us
fuck.
in paths, but just know he makes me happy and he asked me to marry him and I said yes."
You have a good day too,
I am
J-Man.
future
Thank
Mrs.
you.
Gonzalez.
Thank you for always
She
being
goes on
around.
this
You're
whole
cool.
rant. For those of y'all that know, y'all know, LOL. And for those of who don't know, now y'all do. People are going to judge us, but like we say, screw what y'all think. I have been here for him and plan to continue that throughout
That was
his
really
entire
fucking
journey
cool
that
of
God
you.
has given us. Yes, he is away from me, but these years will go by so fast and I can't wait to become Mrs. Gonzalez. If y'all don't like us being together, then feel free to delete me, but he wanted me to let everybody know that he is mine and I am his. And for those of y'all that don't know, he asked me to marry him and got the blessings we needed to move forward with that. By the way, don't let those hate letters think it's gonna stop us. Soon being a prison wife becomes her whole DNA profile. She posts, "I'm a prison wife. My relationship is based on letters, time-restricted phone calls and visits that are few and far between. I'm judged for staying with a man that I could never imagine leaving. I go to bed alone every night and hold it down on the outside while he comes home. I never know when he'll be involved in a riot or moved far away from me. Despite all of this, he is worth the wait."
So do we know what was his...
We're about to get
Okay,
there,
okay.
yeah. She shows off sending 120 pictures, which I can only imagine they're X-rated pictures. She likes to say things like, "Being a prison wife is expensive," and I'm realizing that now because not only do I have my own bills, I still help him. He doesn't ask me for money, though. It's just one thing that if I do, it's because I want to. I feel like it's my responsibility as a
Right.
prison wife. Which, side note, a lot of inmates have stated that when it comes to picking a pen pal, if they have a choice, they do not go for the girls
You
that are
almost
aesthetically
swung on
conventionally
him.
the most attractive. They will go for the ones that they believe are the most desperate, the one that is craving a compliment, dying for attention, because that is who is going to put money in their commissary. It's like a job. You want minimum effort, maximum financial reward. They sit there, write letters. It takes time, but the inmates have time and they get taken care of through financial ways.
I don't think Ash Trevino will agree with this sentiment.
Yeah, she might think that she is the love of their life, the apple to their eyes. They're all peas in a pod. And if you send pictures, like Ash Trevino has sent 120 plus pictures in one go to be exact, they will 99% of the time pass around those pictures. It is said that they have no respect for any of these. I mean, maybe if maybe an inmate was with their partner before going to jail, they perhaps don't want to share those pictures, but they will pass around pictures. Having an amazing product or service is a massive
Crazy
part about
work.
owning a business. I stalk some of your Instagrams, and you guys have such
What's up,
artistic
Pure?
abilities. And I know that a lot of you guys write about starting your own shop.
Yeah,
But
for
it's
real,
often the
Shanoa.
business
I'm gonna
behind
catch the
business
next
that
live.
makes
It's my
all the
bedtime. Good night,
difference.
everyone.
Enter
Good night, J-Man.
Shopify.
See you next
Shopify
time.
is
Thank
a
you for
complete
donating.
commerce
I really do
platform that lets you
appreciate it.
start, grow, and manage a business. You can put some money in your commissary.
I'm gonna
And
grab a
she, for the
snack.
lack of better phrasing, gets passed
had
around.
popcorn.
As in her number and contact
had
information gets passed
popcorn.
around to other inmates. But with Isaiah, she
Yes.
says, "I actually knew him before he went to prison." She says, "My prison life started in 2019. I reconnected with an old childhood friend, okay? She says okay a lot. She also says just kidding a lot, when she's definitely not just kidding.
So, my prison life started in 2019. I reconnected with an old childhood friend, okay? Yes, I am 6 years older than this man. He is still currently serving time in TDC. So we reconnected back in March of 2019. We wrote snail mail letters up until August 2019. Then I set the phone up for this man. On our first phone call, he asked me to marry him. I liked him, so I said yes, and I've known him for years.
Yeah,
So after 10 years of not seeing each other, he puts me on his visitation list. I come to go visit him. I drive almost 3 hours, and then we start the marriage process. We get married in November of 2019. But mind you, I was visiting this man every weekend up until 2020. Then COVID hits, and they shut visits down completely in March.
I knew him since
since he was 11. I knew him since he was 11 and I was like 15 or 16, maybe younger, because I was like 15. So he had to have been like 9 when I first met him. And they used to go to our church. I remember telling his mom, because I always thought he was a cute little boy, you know, but I was older and I was already dating the kid's dad, so I couldn't be with him, you know.
Wait, she said I was dating the kid's dad?
Yeah, they were high school sweethearts. So she was dating someone age appropriate. Because she's 15, he was like 15, I think. He was around the same age as her. And she was interested in a 9-year-old boy. Yeah, which is very alarming.
Wait, I'm so sorry. What is dad? Someone's dad mean?
The kid's dad. So she has 2 daughters. Their biological father is her high school sweetheart that she started dating when she was 15. But she's saying, when I was 15, I was dating the kid's father. You know, my kid's father, not his dad. You know, but he was 9, and I couldn't be with him, you know? And she says, once I got married, you know, I used to always tell his mom. She used to tell Isaiah's mom. You know, because he grew up quick. I would tell his mom, like, I'm going to be your daughter-in-law one day. I'm going to be your daughter-in-law one day. And she's like, no, you're not. My son is too young for you. And then in 2019, I reconnected with her son.
In prison?
Yeah. Which is incredibly creepy, but she clarifies, okay, Isaiah was a minor when we first met, but I didn't date him when he was a minor. I'm not sure how she thought that sentence would help her case. Nevertheless, she gets 3 tattoos of Isaiah on her. One on their wedding date on her finger, Isaiah on one wrist, Gonzalez on the other wrist, and these tattoos are huge. It would be more inconspicuous for her to wear 5 Apple Watches on one hand. It's that aggressively noticeable.
It is.
On top, and it's just like massive cursive. The whole wrist. And within 5 months, she announces her divorce. But one thing that has always gotten to people is that Ashley explains that Isaiah went into prison at 15, and he won't be eligible for parole until 2032. And if he doesn't get parole, he's not going to be released until 2055.
Ooh.
So people are like, that's a very long time for a 15-year-old to get sentenced. 40 years for a 15-year-old to get sentenced. Whatever he did must be really bad because he was 15. So they start looking into his criminal history. 1 count of aggravated robbery, 1 count arson, and 1 count of murder. Sentenced to 45 years in prison. When Isaiah was 15 years old, he was involved in a very, very well, meticulously planned robbery that ends in a man's murder. His friend Ruben was working at an Exxon gas station when Muhammad,
Don't mind me
his
just
boss,
shaking my
decides
popcorn.
he's going to go make a night bank deposit. He's going to take cash from the gas station and deposit it at the bank. Ruben texts his friends, 2 other people and Isaiah, so 3 people. They're in a car waiting for Muhammad. They catch him on the road and they stop him. They rob him of all his cash. They know exactly which route he takes, which bank he was going to, how much he has. This is all a very well thought out plan, meticulously done. They pull up to stop him and one of the friends ends up shooting him. They kill him. They drag his body into the woods. They set Muhammad's car on fire.
To Hillary.
Eric is the one who fired the shots. He takes $4,000. Isaiah takes home $1,000 from this robbery. And they promptly spend it on whilst bragging to everybody about killing Muhammad. Muhammad has a wife and 7 kids. He has 6 daughters and a son. But sure, I guess that's hilarious. How is that hilarious?
Why would it be hilarious?
They're laughing. To everyone they know. They just think it's so funny. He was sentenced to 45 years in prison in 2011. Sure, he was 15.
So he's a murderer.
We all knew better at 15. This is not a situation where I don't think anyone can confidently say he was so young, he didn't know what he was doing, unless you're Ashley Trevino. But Ashley is posting on Instagram a word vomit collage. Second look Saturday. Meet Isaiah. He was given a 45-year sentence at 16 years old. Over the past 10 years, he earned his GED, OSHA, Electrical Level 1, Construction Craft Skills, Construction Site Safety Corps, all level certifications. In that period, he has also gotten married and become a wonderful stepdad to 2 beautiful daughters. He loves spending every weekend with his family during visitation at the All Red unit. He is involved in working as a supply clerk. Isaiah is also a talented artist who wants to continue his craft by opening up his own business once he returns to the free world. Isaiah plans on pursuing additional collegiate degrees. Isaiah believes that God will bring him home sooner than his release date. Isaiah is ready for the day when he can be given a second look. She posts, so blessed my husband was chosen to be the second look person today. Let's pray we can bring him home soon. I will continue to do what's needed for him as a wife and will always be his voice. Love my husband so much. Hashtag let's bring him home. Hashtag proud prison wife. Hashtag my husband's biggest supporter. He's a killer. The worst part is Ashley is very proud of all of this. She TikTok live battles
Crazy
with
work.
someone talking about her inmate hopping ways, and the other creator says,
Dead ass.
How many inmates have you been with? Like 26, you said? It's not. It's like 30 now.
Probably 26 in the last 5 years.
That is a lot. And she's nodding and smiling like it's something that everyone should do. And they ask her, let me ask you a question. Why do you prefer inmates? I prefer inmates because I feel like if you're gonna get hurt, it's better to get hurt while they're incarcerated than out here in the free world. Because like I just said earlier, my ex Jesse, when he actually left and we broke up, that one hurt. I still feel hurt to this day. She likes the fact that they have no options. In another creator
Crazy.
battle, she straight up asks the other creator, you haven't heard Ashley the inmate hopper? I actually married someone who was incarcerated in 2019. We actually knew each other from out here, though, and he's actually younger than me. So we reconnected. I became his prison wife, and that's where I met a lot of people that I talk to still. And it just went from there. When we separated, I went with another one, and it just went on. Okay, let me ask you. Have you ever been with somebody that's not incarcerated? Besides the father to your children, which they're broken up, clearly. And she's shaking her head no. It just doesn't pan out for you? Or you just don't want it if they're not inmates. So my actual last relationship out here in the free world was in 2018, and we lived together and everything. And then I started getting inmates, and I've had like guys here and there in between, but I don't know. To say my last relationship out here in the free world is already such a wild sentence to utter.
Yeah.
She will be on the phone with inmates during her live streams, just spewing words out of her mouth. You're my 30th inmate. Did I not tell you that? You really are. I swear. I've been with 30 inmates. Now I'm in like a prison sister-wife relationship.
You're my 30th inmate. Did I not tell you that? I'm not with no one, just with you, but I've already married two. You're stupid. I mean, now I'm in a prison sister-wife relationship.
Because I guess the other prisoner she's talking to, has a wife.
What? She will call them? The conversation is like brief, I'm assuming? 'Cause
No,
they can't talk all day long, right?
No, but sometimes it's not brief. It's not like 5 minutes. It's like 10, 15, sometimes more. And this is highly not allowed by most prison facility standards. You cannot be live streaming a prisoner's calls like that. You have to get proper permission.
Right.
And
But
she's just doing
streaming.
it.
Oh.
Yeah. She's saying this while her daughters are in the house, the doors are wide open, and their friends are over, and likely they're watching her on her live stream. Sometimes if the prisoners don't do as she says, she'll get very aggressive with them.
It's okay, because I got other options. I'm going to tell Lexi to send me somebody else anyways. You were the wrong option. You ain't nothing. Remember, you're incarcerated.
That's crazy. Who's Lexi?
It's a friend that knows a lot of inmates. She says that she will be open and fine with dating an inmate that has charges of SA on a child. That's fine for her.
Oh, wow.
She says she will date a
Yeah.
PEDO.
Yeah, a PDF file, I guess, is how everyone is referencing it. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
She has this moment where she talks about how murder charges and SA charges are not that crazy because every single person she's been with has had those charges.
Wow.
And that doesn't mean that they happened. She asks her viewers, how do you know? Were you there? Were you there? Every single person I've been with has had those charges. Were you there? We are now entering the belly of the beast. So let's go through and recap all of her relationships. Her very first relationship, or her very first prominent
I think
relationship,
that's what she's trying to
marries
do.
her high school sweetheart. She has 2 children with him, the 2 daughters that are now 15 and 13. They end up divorcing when their kids are 6 and 3 years old. This is in 2015. They've been together for about a decade, and suddenly Ashley is posting onto Instagram. OMG, found this pic from prom of 2006. My high school sweetheart, but now soon to be ex-husband. I will always care about him, and he don't even know that. Hashtag prom 06. Hashtag my junior year, his senior year. Hashtag I know, get out of my feelings. Hashtag he done moved on. Which implies that perhaps they're getting a divorce, and that perhaps hashtag he done moved on is oddly specific and pretty indicative that maybe he cheated on her or left her or didn't want anything to do with her anymore. Even later when the divorce is finalized, she posts a pouty selfie writing, "This was my last pic of me being his insert last name. LOL. My divorce was finally finalized after 9 years of marriage and 2 years of separation. Hashtag divorce final. Hashtag goodbye. Hashtag hello Garcia." I guess her original maiden name. Hashtag bittersweet moment. But the reason that the two get divorced is because that she cheats on him, allegedly, with a man in prison. So, I will say that it seems the children's father is the only redeeming man in this story, at least as of right now. After the divorce, he focuses on his career, is able to remarry, purchase a home, while supporting the children financially by paying Ashley child support every month. It's said that he was also very involved in the girls' lives up until about a few years ago, and it appears that he couldn't see the girls as much, not by his own choice, but it seems perhaps Ashley was making it very difficult for him. 2 years ago, in 2023, the children's father ends up passing away from leukemia, and Ashley does everything in her power to gain sympathy from this. This must be traumatic for her. She's known and been in this relationship with this man for the greater part of her young adult life. They were high school sweethearts, but now she does have 2 children. They don't have their father anymore. It's really up to her to be a supportive mother so that they can grieve. And it's very hard to take her emotions seriously when she tries so hard to make it about herself. She states that she's not going to his funeral, but it's speculated that it's because she wasn't welcome there. She tries to make it seem like she's just emotionally not able to. She tells everybody that she might take a mental health break and she will be back. When she'll be back is unclear. May it be sooner, may it be later, maybe it be never, right? Well, she does come back the very next day. Because galaxies don't just send themselves into the ether. She does not, however, pass up the chance to not make this all about her. She says things like, "That could have been me."
He didn't have to go. He wasn't doing anything. He didn't have to die. That could have been me.
I don't know how that applies. He did pass from leukemia. I'm not sure why she's even saying stuff like this. But it wasn't. And I feel that for my baby so much. I really do. And again, this is after her kids have asked her repeatedly to not talk about their father on live because they're grieving. They don't want to hear this. They don't want this business out there.
It breaks my heart when my babies just say, "I wish my dad was here. I wish my dad was here." Thank you for the hand heart.
Because she gets a donation. Everything does happen for a reason. So she's reading someone's comment that says everything happens for a reason. Everything does happen for a reason. I'm a firm believer in that. This is a pretty niche pet peeve of mine that I don't even know if I should be saying, but when someone passes away and people try to tell each other everything happens for a reason, I do understand the intention behind it, and in certain situations, maybe it's acceptable, but
I'm
it's
with
this
her.
weird feeling of this person's death is to further the plot for everybody else type of energy. What do you mean everything happens for a reason? It's just kind of, I don't find it to be the most sensitive thing to
it's
say when
icky.
someone has a passing in their
Exactly.
life. Especially the way Ashley says it. She says,
Everything happens for a reason. Everything does happen for a reason. I'm a firm believer in that. Firm believer. And that's why I'm saying maybe it took this tragedy for me to open my eyes up and to see what the pain my babies would feel, not only with one parent gone, but with 2.
no, someone did not pass away from leukemia for your character development. That's not even a coherent sentence, Ashley. But she
Crazy
tries
work.
further to make this about her, and I genuinely think that she thinks that this man's death is just part of her character development, character arc, and she has no character arc. It is just a perpetual decline. Nevertheless, she says, whilst kind of creepily smiling, "The other day, I tried to leave because I got mad, and H, my daughter, runs after me. And she sits in my car and she's like, 'You're not going nowhere unless I go with you. I already lost my dad. I'm not losing you, Mom.' You guys, my babies are going through it. Like, they are so scared. She's like, 'I'm not losing you. I've already lost my dad, Mom.' It's just opened up my eyes now that them little girls need me. But then to make matters worse, while everybody is attending the funeral that she was not invited to, probably because of who she is as a person and the things that she says and how she treats her kids, and probably how she treated her late husband, she is on live streaming dancing to songs that have lyrics like, 'Baby daddy, baby daddy.' while his funeral is happening. Ashley then goes on to state that she's been with 30 different inmates. So these are a few notable relationships that she has been in. In no particular order, you have Isaiah, the one that was convicted of murder of Muhammad, the manager of the gas station and father of 7 kids. Ashley brings her kids to see him. She convinces them, at least briefly, to call him daddy for whatever reason. Those two, they end up breaking up. Things don't go well. She starts posting on Instagram. I have went to visit for 20 weekends straight, not missing one since I got on the visitation list since August 24, 2019. But this weekend, I'm not going to because I chose not to. Some things change, and I honestly don't know if we'll come back from this. It's hard when you're not at fault, but I'm gonna do and continue to do what's needed for me and be the best mom I can for my girls. Then she dramatically posts, getting a divorce isn't always a bad thing. Never wanted to do it again, but here I am, and I know I will come out stronger than before. My babies need me. Fixing myself back up after being broken down to my lowest by someone who
Ashley Trevino, Trevino.
According to Ashley, when Isaiah heard rumors in prison that weren't true, she claims. Rumors that she was talking to other inmates. When they were briefly on a break, he asked her, promise me if we break up, which, where are your priorities, you weirdo? He says, promise me if we break up, you'll never be with another incarcerated guy. Her next prison boyfriend is Noe Trevino. Noe was arrested in 2015 for stabbing a man outside of a nightclub. They get married in 2022. She's still married to him because she doesn't want to pay a $400-something fee to finalize their divorce. Noe is the one that initiated the divorce from behind prison walls, and she's been married this whole time. That she's been dating everybody else, calling people her husband, and that's where she gets the last name, Trevino.
That is crazy. So right now she's married.
Yes, to Noe Trevino, another murderer. Her daughter H says the guy is awful. She knows this because Ashley took them, her kids, to see the man in prison. At one point, it appears that she was dating another inmate, and the speculation... Okay, so we don't really know much about this inmate. She never really spoke about him in great depth. However, she wore a necklace that would have his name, and it seemed like he was an inmate. And the speculation was that she's getting her makeup done one day on live stream. There's 2 girls with her that are doing her makeup and hair, and she is on her phone. So she's got a phone live streaming her, and then she's scrolling on her phone. And she gets some sort of text message, some sort of news, and it's speculated that she discovered news on the live stream that her boyfriend in jail was involved in some sort of jail fight and was probably hospitalized. She just starts sobbing, wailing, oh no, and just wailing. And I do believe this is a sad situation, and prison violence is a conversation that I think needs to be had. But a lot of netizens have chosen the right to withhold sympathy till later because, I mean, considering the types of people she dates, we don't know if this is a child SAer, we don't know if this is a killer, a mass murderer, we don't know anything. But her friends just tell her it's like this very strange moment. They're fanning her face, she's crying, she's getting her makeup done still, and they say, no, don't cry, you're a bad bitch, don't cry. I know, it's okay. Aw, try not to cry so much. Then you have Eli. Eli was in prison for strangling a woman. He's also free and constantly on TikTok live streams now. He was in prison for strangling a woman and also breaking his child's femur. He broke his 2-year-old daughter's femur. His whole excuse for that is that he didn't mean to break his daughter's femur, but they have a bone condition in their family. He says, quote, it makes our bones more easy to break, so understand that it's not a regular bone. That's the little detail that people are forgetting. It was a mistake. I was intoxicated, but I sat in the hospital all week for her. He slammed a truck door on his daughter's leg. Yeah.
Wow.
The femur is the hardest bone in the body to break, so I don't believe for one second that they have any sort of bone condition, and even if they do, this is no excuse. It is the longest, strongest, and heaviest bone that supports and can support up to 30 times the body weight of the person. It typically requires significant force, such as a severe trauma from a car accident, to break the femur. And Ashley exposes that while they were in a flirtatious relationship, because they're constantly live stream battling, they're flirting on camera. This is all public information. Like,
he's free now.
He's free, and they're constantly live streaming on TikTok together. They're meeting up, they're doing all these things, and then Ashley, she gets into these fights with her boyfriends, exposes them or starts rumors about them, and I say rumors because we'll get into that. But Ashley exposes that Eli sent her a text message that if she doesn't respond quickly, it's about to be a DV situation, which he was in prison for strangling a woman. He's also accused of being an SAR by multiple women. And somehow Ashley, well, I guess not somehow, I would expect nothing less from her, she still has a cordial relationship here and there with Eli. They always have this like on and off flirtatious relationship on live streams. They get upset with each other for just the most random things that are not serious.
You're a good J-man.
They don't get upset with each other for essaying people, child neglect, breaking daughter's femur, neglecting daughters, nothing. They go and they get upset because Eli will go on live stream and say that Ash Trevino is built like a juice box. She's very boxy body shape. But it is very strange to me that they are not upset with each other for the little crimes that some of them are committing. Then most notably, you have her relationship with Francisco, and that is a huge part of the discourse, primarily for how heinous the crimes he committed were, but also because the two teenage girls he killed were 19 and 13. One of her daughters is 13. What's especially alarming is that after Ashley live streamed with him, either he himself with a contraband phone in prison or somebody else made a TikTok account for him. I don't know which option is worse, which by the way, he's also in another open case where he gave a prison guard $5,000 to smuggle in 100 pills of fentanyl and 1 pound of amphetamines. They were all caught, so he has another case. He might have a phone. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know if it's a fan account. I don't know if it's his phone posting his own TikTok fan edits. I don't know which one is worse, but there are videos of him talking on the phone in prison with very specific songs playing. Some lyrics read, I don't know why, but I fell in love with breaking the law. And it's romanticizing prison life and breaking the law. Her relationship with double murderer Francisco comes to an end, not because he killed 2 young girls, well, and then another, so 3, one of them almost the same age as Ashley's own children. It comes to its fateful demise.
Hey, what's up, Positronic? How are you? Listening to some true crime stuff.
Talking about his victims, laughing that he was innocent, making fun of his victims, which is clearly, she's not allowed to be live streaming their calls. He has his video call privileges revoked for 90 days. And that appears to be the extent of Ashley's undying love for criminals. Triple homicide? Debatable. 90 days without video chats is an unspeakable break in their relationship. That is a deal breaker. It cannot be. Then you have Ash Trevino's more recent relationship with someone that she jokes is going to be her daughter's new stepdad. This guy, his name is Santos. He's out in the free world, if you will. The allegation is that Ashley's oldest daughter, who was 15 when this took place, had shown her mom this guy's account of this random small TikToker and was like, I kind of have a crush on this guy. Look at him, he's kind of cute, isn't he, Mom? Which would be a normal, healthy thing for a girl her age to do. Just show her mom her internet crush. That is what it is, just that, an internet crush. But Ashley instantly goes and starts flirting with Santos. She will go on lives with Santos, this random man that she's never met prior to this, didn't even know existed until allegedly her daughter was like, hey, isn't this guy kind of cute? I kind of have a crush on him.
So he's not an inmate, he's just a TikToker.
Yes, but he has been accused of some heinous things as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so double whammy. Just talking about how she's going to breastfeed Santos, telling him she's going to breastfeed him on live stream while she grabs her chest and is like jiggling her chest around. Her daughter walks into the room seeing this whole interaction and asks another person on the live stream, some random creator, Ashley is asking, are you jealous because Santos is going to have all of this? And she proceeds to get up and bend over. She tells Santos, you have to put body oil all over my body. Santos even asks Ashley's daughter, how do you feel that your mom stole your crush? To which her daughter claps back, Santos, how do you feel about being bald?
Being bald?
Yeah, he's balding. And Ashley just sits there. Why would you ask her that? Why would you ask her that? But does that stop her from publicly doing this and humiliating herself?
What a weirdo.
And indirectly her daughter. Although I
I'm
don't
grabbing
think
a
that
drink,
her daughter
guys.
should feel
Hang on.
humiliated. I think that everyone on the But Ashley calls it I've seen his pee-pee, and he's already seen my new-new, okay?
You can just
I've already seen his pee-pee, and he's already seen my Nunu. Okay?
This is where the word Nunu is born, her private parts. She also releases a song where she's like,
Do you want to know how it smells? As Santos, you know it smell well.
yeah, I
Are
can't.
they still talking right now?
On and off, not really. Yeah, she goes on to apologize briefly for her actions on the live stream. She said, first and foremost, I want to apologize for my actions the other day. I know I shouldn't have done the things that I did. Out of alcohol, I did. There's no excuse, but yeah, so I'm just going through that right now. It really opened up my eyes, so I apologize to anyone that followed me, liked me, and then stopped liking me after that. I run to alcohol for everything, so I really apologize from the bottom of my heart. But
What did she do?
just flirting with this guy so weirdly in front of her kids and saying all these things. But she's not sorry because she continues, quote unquote, dating this guy afterwards. When Santos calls, she'll smile, show the live stream, Santos on the caller ID, pick up the phone, hey daddy. Ma'am, you look old enough to be his mother. What do you mean, hey daddy?
How old is he?
We'll get into that. He looks in his young 20s.
Okay.
Yeah. The whole thing is bizarre, and her relationship with her daughters is very alarming because the fact that this is her daughter's alleged crush and she feels comfortable doing this, and she's almost rubbing it, taunting it in her daughter's own face. And people have pointed out that anytime they do TikTok battles, because sometimes her eldest daughter will do a TikTok battle with her own mother, anytime her daughter wins the TikTok battle, Ashley looks genuinely upset. Genuinely upset. So now, with this going on, Ashley and Santos finally make arrangements to meet each other. Originally, the plan was for Ashley to fly to LA to see Santos. That ends up falling through. The new plan is Santos will come see Ashley in Texas. For 3 days, Ashley is eagerly waiting for Santos, who is just not showing up. For 3 days, he stands her up. He just keeps standing her up. And this is a boy that she has never met in person before. She has no established romantic connection with him, but she is publicly wiping her tears with a crumpled up tissue because he's not showing up to see her. And she made him a whole brisket.
Bro, I fucking hate him.
She never cooks for her kids, but she cooked him a brisket. And he didn't show up for her brisket. And she tells her viewers, I'm still human at the end of the day, you guys. It doesn't matter what happens in my life. I'm still freaking human. Inevitably, because fate is sick and twisted, Santos does end up making his way over to Texas to stay with Ashley. Her daughters are home. This is her daughter that initially showed her the crush, right? And now her mom is glued to him like a piece of gum. Ashley is latching onto him like a koala. It is the strangest sight to see. Her behavior reminds me of like a middle school relationship where someone is so deeply insecure and must show you that they're in a relationship and they have the emotional maturity of a Brussels sprout. So they just think that if they're physically touching someone, the world will believe that they're in love.
This is live stream?
Yeah.
How does that make you feel? Just kidding.
Ideal.
Are y'all jealous because I'm in the same room as him or what?
Moreover, throughout the entire live, she just keeps calling Santos her husband whilst biting her lip and staring deeply into the camera. She also has this flirting look. Anytime she's flirting with someone, she... Ooh, this is her signature look. She bites her lip, squints her eyes, and then flares her nostrils. It's like her mating call. Yeah, but nothing compares to what is about to happen. Ashley is going on her very first date with Santos, her daughter's crush. She hires a makeup artist, puts on what I can only describe to be a long maxi dress that is not casual. It reminds me of someone who might wear to prom. And they head to a club where they get seats in the back of the club and they order steaks. And all of this is being live streamed, and there is just loud music blaring. The bass of the music itself is enough to cook the steak to a medium well. She's asking Santos to cut her own steak because she's dainty and frail, and he's just there talking and messaging other girls whilst there's music just bumping at the club.
How do we know that?
She's live streaming it.
How do we know he's messaging other girls?
He's literally, other girls are on TikTok live being like, Santos just messaged me to show up. And I'm like, I'm not going to show up. Yeah.
Wow.
But then later in the live stream, she says, it was honestly like a dream come true, you know? Like, even though we were just friends or whatever, he made it special. This is unfortunately the very grim beginning of the Santos saga. He will constantly be a reoccurring part of Ash Trevino's problematic world, and it's pretty obvious that he's just here for the fame, if you can even call it that, and the money. But that should not take away from how uncomfortable their relationship is. She will be live streaming Santos.
Guys,
They'll be doing the TikTok battles. She'll show him the haunted rose.
Look what I have charging.
Ew, she showed him her sex toy. What the fuck
I
is
need it
wrong
for
with this
tonight,
weird
though.
bitch?
Oh yeah, you're gonna definitely do that.
I don't have you tonight. All I have is the FaceTime.
Yeah. Oh, you can use right now.
We're on live. We can't.
I know. I mean.
But then she starts biting her lips and looking weirdly at the camera, and some people believe that she's using it under the table. There are allegations that she has done this before, using her haunted rose to haunt the entire internet. Allegedly, there are 2 clips of her where she has gone on live. Once, she just flat out left the screen, and you can hear things that sound like her using the haunted rose and being haunted. Another time, allegedly, she pretends to forget that she's on live and starts using it. Now, these are things that I can very well see her do. However, I don't know, because there have been a lot of clips that have been taken out of context. I can't be 1,000% sure on which the context is for these clips, if they've been edited or altered, but I don't think it would really change the implications of what all of this is doing to her daughter's upbringing. But if it is true, in one live where it's alleged that she was using the haunted, being haunted, she was playing the song How to Save a Life, the Where Did I Go Wrong, How to Save a Life by The Fray. And if this is not edited, it sounds like she is having fun to the beat of How to Save a Life, which netizens describe as, quote, diabolical. Then there is the infamous flashing live stream. She is live stream battling Santos, and for whatever reason, she decides that she is going to start rubbing her whole chest very seductively, or what I imagine she believes to be seductively, just fully rubbing like she's kneading dough, kneading a pizza dough, while staring into the camera, biting her lips, flaring her nostrils, her usual mating sign. She even tries licking her own chest, and she just does this for over a minute until fully her whole chest is out of her shirt on a TikTok live stream.
What's wrong with this bitch?
She flashes a 19-year-old boy on a live stream. Santos is 19 years old. Ashley is 36 years old. She's flashing him while her kids and likely other kids online are watching.
She's double his age.
Yes. People find out through Ashley's live streams that Santos is 19. He had claimed to everybody that he was 22. He works as a club promoter. And in most of Ashley's live streams, he's getting drunk. So everybody just assumed that he's at least 21, 22, because he does look very young, especially when next to Ashley. Not that 35 or 36 is old, but she looks much older than her age.
She does.
The most popular netizen comment is, that is a harsh 35. Saying she aged pretty hard. Now, during a live stream, netizens that did some digging into Santos uncovered that he is not 22, that he's actually 19. They did some digging and they're like, wait, that guy is 19.
What's your age, Santos?
I'm 19. I can box him.
So the age finally comes out. He's 19.
And people are spamming in the live stream like, wait, we just discovered he's 19, he's not 22, he can't be a club promoter, he's not supposed to be drinking, he's 19, and he becomes super emotional about the situation because he feels like his whole life is ruined. He starts crying on the live stream, and Ashley is hugging him. This is the same woman that refuses to take her daughter to urgent care with a burn, who doesn't care that her daughter is throwing up or sick or anything. She's hugging him, and he just wants to be alone. And she's like, shh, no, it's okay, it's okay. She's doting on him, and he's just like, leave me the phone.
Stop. I got you. I told you that. I told you I got you. I got you. I got you, babe. I got you, babe. Stop. I got you. Stop.
She's She says in a live stream, I don't even want to talk about it because right now I don't even have my kids. Y'all can hear it's quiet. You know, coming home and like seeing this empty house, it's sad. You know, it brings me back to when I didn't have them. They were not taken from me because I know there's going to be rumors circulating. No, my kids are not taken from me. But she says that with all the backlash of everybody finding out and she finding out, she says she didn't know Santos was 19. She is just in a bad place. And now everybody wants her kids taken away from her because Santos was provided alcohol because she assumed he was over 21. And all this drama is unfolding. And she's just very upset about it. The thing with Santos is he has allegations against him for SA. I don't know if any criminal charges were filed. It does not appear to be. But that doesn't really mean anything because a lot of the times they don't want to file criminal charges for SA. And I say they as in the police. But there are a lot of people who have said there are a lot of allegations out there. I just don't think anyone that is connected to Ashley, aside from her own children and maybe extended family members, are that good of people. I don't think you can be, to some degree. Because a lot of people that knew her in the beginning, they just knew her as like a TikTok troll, like inmate hopper, hee hee ha ha. But once a lot of these allegations and the connections with these killers have come forward, a lot of TikTok creators have cut their ties with Ashley. So I think once you find out what she's done and to still be friendly with her is alarming.
Yeah.
There's a video of Ashley live streaming and they're in an Uber heading somewhere. She's in the, well, actually, it's not an Uber. Her security detail is driving. I don't know why she has security. It's very much Jen Soto vibes. She says she needs security because anytime she goes out in public, she's just hounded and just constantly recognized. So her security is driving, and it's one of those 3-row SUVs. Security is in the very front, and in the middle seat, you have Ashley and her 2 friends. And in the very last row, behind Ashley, you have Santos and another girl who is also a TikTok streamer. While Ashley is live streaming, dancing to music, you see Santos in the back, and it looks like he's shoving the girl sitting next to him, shoving her head down in a way that would indicate that she is engaging in oral activities with him. She does not seem to be enjoying herself. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm just trying to describe the video. It's not exactly certain what's happening there briefly. Some netizens thought that initially she was doing a line of drugs, but Santos, being the upstanding character that he is shoving her head down to make it appear like it's something that it's not. Regardless, Ashley notices and her whole energy shifts because she looks very upset when she starts putting 2 and 2 together. Again, a lot of netizens were freaking out because they didn't know what was taking place, but it's definitely not a great look. Netizens are very split on how to feel about this. Now, I end up finding clips, and there are, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people have if you're really deep into the Ash Trevino lore like I am right now, and in that case, I'm sending you some luck. But I did find this one clip where it appears the girl in the backseat addresses the situation. As in, she did engage in intimate relations in a car full of people.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real, I did do that. He deserved it. He was working hard. He was taking care of us. He was very nice to me. He was doing a lot of stuff for me. So I sure did. What about it? Y'all haven't?
What?
Yeah.
What?
I looked at the camera after the fact. Honestly, I didn't even know she was, like, live. She basically blasted me. Yeah, she's doing it on purpose. So she blames Ashley for putting this on live stream, but she does claim that this did take place. I will say that she is also a very questionable character. She was caught on her child's father's Ring camera, so her baby daddy's Ring camera, if you will, driving to his house with her newborn baby in the middle of the night, leaving the newborn baby in the car seat on the front porch, ringing the doorbell, and then booking it back to her car while giggling. She's like, hee hee, and then leaving. Like she's ding-dong ditching someone, but it's just abandoning her own child so that she can go party and do God knows what. He ends up posting that Ring footage.
These are crazy.
Yeah. Santos addresses the whole situation, and he has a completely different story. He says nothing happened in the backseat. She was just reaching over for her phone, and her mouth just happened to be open. Clearly, he thinks it's funny. Ashley then goes on to have a huge falling out with Santos briefly, where she claims he essayed her. She says, I'm getting everything together. I'm getting videos. I'm getting everything. I got text messages, everything. She says, I got bruises on my arm right now. I got bruises right now. I'm not under his spell no more. I'm not going to play anymore. I do believe that Ash Trevino can be a terrible person and can be essayed. I don't think that those two things are mutually exclusive, but I do think that in this situation, it's very hard to take the allegations seriously because she'll go and hop on a live stream with Santos after she makes these allegations, and she's like,
You said I essayed you?
You said that about me.
No, you said I essayed you.
You said that about me.
Did I essay you?
Answer this. You said that about me, yes or no? You said that about me on your live. That's all you said.
they continue to go back and forth before calming down and giggle-gaggling, because while Santos is arguing, he was in the midst of getting a tattoo, which Ashley jokes that he should get her name tattooed on him. And all is well in the morally bankrupt world that is Ash Trevino. Until 20 hours later, Ashley starts getting emotional on live because Santos had texted her that he can't do this anymore, that the situation has just spiraled out of control. In any event, this sends Ashley into a full-blown orbit, and she goes onto a trip with a bunch of other TikTokers. One of the attendees is a 20-year-old woman who brings along her little brother. Now, this little brother becomes quite a controversy with Ashley.
This is never ending.
Yeah, I mean, there's pictures of them on this trip. It's so weird. It's like Ashley is their chaperone. But she's walking around the mall, and it's the way that she tries to act like she fits in with a bunch of teenagers when she's 36 and looks, I don't know, 46. No offense.
And they're all young.
They're all young. In one moment on the live, she keeps trying to kiss him on the side of the face, which is very alarming. And even his older sister, Bree, is telling her, like, don't do this. Like, don't kiss my little baby brother. Like, you're too old for him. And then there's other parts of the night where she says that she wants to wear a dress for easy access, indicating that she wants Bree's little brother to have easy access to her. That's the problem, right? Some rumors were going around that he was 16. Which would be alarming, right? But he does go on live to further state that he's actually 18. I am inclined to believe that he's 18. It does appear that he's 18, but it's still crazy. During the night, Ashley is live streaming alone with this guy. She's cuddling him. She's sitting right next to him. He's sitting there facing the camera looking incredibly uncomfortable, and she's just resting her head on his shoulder. It's just so much is happening. So with her talking about being interested in a 9-year-old when she was 15, her talking about being interested in Santos, who is 19, when she's 36, and then this situation, it's just starting to get weird. Even when she talks about her daughter, if she were to see an older man and lies about her age, she wouldn't call the police. All of this is starting to get very, very strange. I mean, she is, in my personal opinion, a predator, just like the ones that she's dated. So while all of this is going on, the netizens are reporting Ashley and her whole family to CPS, trying to get her children in a safe place away from Ashley. And she even admits it. Yes, I've had like 20 CPS cases. They dismissed them all. Because you know why? My kids are in good hands. My kids are taken care of. And she says, and the other day, I was laughing because whenever I was on live, before I went on live, I actually saw someone else on live. I'm not going to say who, but she was doing the same thing that I do. She was literally feeding her kids, and it's like what I do. And literally people in her comments were like, oh my God, she's such a good mom. You're such a good mom. You're like the best mom and this and that. And I'm like, bro, I do that same stuff with my kids. Y'all literally bash me. Oh, you're a bad mom. Oh, why are you doing this? Why are you doing it like this? Why are you doing it that way? Why are you feeding them like that? My kids were older than hers, and y'all are like praising this female.
I don't really know. You're gonna just have to
y'all
listen.
Don't like me, but y'all like her, and that's what it is. That is what it is. In Ash Trevino's world, it is always the viewer's fault, all of this. In another live stream clip, she says, I don't even have my kids right now. So her kids are constantly wanting to stay with her parents, going to their grandparents' home. So
we're here with Dino
Nuggies. Like they're there most of the time, and then Ashley will have them sometimes. And she says, I don't even have my kids right now, and it sucks, and it's because of y'all. I don't have my kids because of y'all. So yeah, they can come back anytime they want, but I just choose not to have them because of y'all. She also cries on live stream because one of her top gifters went over to her ex-best friend, Heffa's live stream and donated money, and she's sobbing. She's genuinely sobbing.
I'm sorry, guys. I had to end that live. She stole one of my biggest gifters, bro, and I don't think that's right. As a friend, you should never steal your friend's gifters.
Not when her kid needs to go to the hospital or is throwing up or has burn. She's crying. She's crying more than when she cried about her late husband, her ex-husband dying.
Who are these donors? Like, who's donating? Who's her top donor?
A lot of people have questions about that. Who are these people? We don't know. And I feel
No
like
way,
there are a lot of
J-Man.
causes out there that they could be donating to that don't include
The
Ash
best
Trevino.
dino nugs.
Yeah, she's crying that her top gifter, she says, my friend Heffa, because she's the one that got the money.
She has money. Her husband has a trucking company. I have nothing but this. If I don't make money on TikTok, I make nothing for my kids and they can't eat. Okay?
She's wiping tears from her eyes. She stole one of my biggest gifters, bro. And I don't think that's right. This is how I support my kids. I don't have their dad's child support no more. He passed away. Do you think that I asked
She tried to
God
get
to
you.
take their dad from them? No, I didn't. Do you think I said, God, please take their dad? No, but he died. Her daughter then comes into the room to tell her, I love you, but you need to quit saying stuff about my dad, okay? She also states that she just started her partying life. She says that everyone is accusing her of being a partier, and she says no, before this she was a mom and a wife. She just started partying like just 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Just 5 years ago. All of this comes to a tumultuous boil when Ashley Trevino decides to take her kids onto her very first podcast appearance. She is going to the Bop House, which is a content house for OF creators based in Miami, I believe, and Camille is going to interview them. She's a famous OF creator who also has her own controversies. She's the one that was viral for having her brother on the podcast and asking him about what it's like to have a sister who's on OF.
Christian, tell him that it's not that bad having a sister that doesn't.
No, it's horrible. No, I couldn't even go on a field trip. Like, I got bullied so much I couldn't even go on a field trip. Isn't that insane?
And it was just a very, a lot of netizens felt bad for the brother, I guess. I don't know too much about Camille's lore, but Camille does
Party
not
foul,
use that on
literally.
Ashley. She asks them, do you think TikTok changed y'all's life for the better or for the worse? Ashley responds,
I can honestly say I've been blessed by TikTok because not only do I get paid with the battles, I get paid with the views. But if I could go back to my life before, where nobody knew who I was, I liked it. I only had like 50 to like 100 views in my lives. And now there's like thousands of people that watch me.
So keep the money, take away the fame. Yo, just unfollow Ash Trevino. Make her not popular at all.
Literally.
She hates it.
Cancel me. I want to cancel me.
Ashley's daughter responds, I feel like I would rather go back to my old life. Yeah, like we have money, but I don't like being online publicly. I'm growing up, that's why I'm homeschooled too. In the beginning at school, people noticed my mom and I got a lot of stares in the cafeteria. So if I could, I honestly would go back to my old life because being a nobody to people, because that's when I was more confident. I didn't care how I looked, and now since I'm public, I care more about how I look and how I go out and stuff. In Camille's podcast, she says, so I always try to tell everybody that I'm always going to be the villain in their book. This is Ashley. She's saying, I'm always going to be the villain in everybody's book. She says, they've already got this persona that they have of me, and that's just who I am to them. I've raised my kids since they were born. This is a lie. She said in other live streams that her parents mainly watched her kids. She says, I've never left their side. Still to this day, I have never left their side. She claims on the podcast that after the father of her children has passed away in 2023, she accuses his family of coming out online to, quote, get clout. Yeah.
What?
She says that his family are trying to gain clout by bad-mouthing her on the internet. And it doesn't seem that way. It seems like they're just trying to get closure and like, what are you doing? Stop talking about the girl's father. Like, you don't even, why are you doing this? Like, this is so messy. But she says, as soon as my name started going across the internet, they started coming out with certain stories. Oh, I'm the kid's dad's friend. I'm the cousin. I'm the aunt, whatever. Now they're trying to get the followers. They're trying to get this, they're trying to get that. But in reality, they weren't there for my kids like they should have been. Camille asks them, have there been instances where your mother has expressed feelings of jealousy towards you, and how has that affected your relationship with her? Her eldest daughter, H, responds, there's this video going around of my mom being jealous of me when I was little for having a better relationship with my dad than she did. And it just looks like Ashley is staring her child down while she's talking.
Yeah.
Where Camilla has to be like the one to remind her, I mean, girl, that's his kid. That's his whole kid, not you being jealous of a baby girl. Like there's nothing to be jealous of? Meanwhile, Ashley is biting the inside of her cheek, staring her daughter down. Her daughter continues, I mean, I am her daughter. They say I look like her, so there's nothing much different from us. I have more followers than her, so maybe that.
No way.
Yeah. Which Ashley then takes the mic to do her mom's speech, and it's something that she consistently does. I would like to say that Ashley is one of those people that is not a mom. She's not a good mom. Personally, that's my opinion, but she loves the idea of being a mom. She loves embodying the trauma and obstacles of being a mother and motherhood. She responds, I'm not jealous of her. I'm blessed to be able to give her the life that I've always wanted as a little girl. It just doesn't make sense. Even the romantic values that she's teaching her children in the podcast, they briefly talk about Ashley's newest fling, a man named Max, one of her new boyfriends. And E, the younger daughter, mentions, oh yeah, Max is nice. I like him for now. He seems polite. So Camilla is asking, why is he polite? Like, why do you like him? And E explains that one time Max was calling her mom's phone. E picks up her mom's phone and tells him, hey, my mom's in the other room. And he just tells E, oh, well, could you have her call me back when she gets back in the room? And Camilla's so confused, like, that's it? That's the story? Just basic manners? What do you mean that's why you like him? And then Ashley explains previously Jesse, the one that, the prison boyfriend that she picked up from jail, had called Ashley before. E had picked up, and he flips out on Ashley, screaming at her, don't let your kids pick up the phone next time. He did not want to interact with the kids. Which, why would you stay with someone like that? Side note, later Ash Trevino goes on
seriously,
to
what the
say
fuck?
that I just found out today that Max goes both ways.
No.
So it's like, bro.
It's real.
And she has this look that indicates yikes.
Like, I just found out today that
that's
Max
what Ash
goes both
Trevino,
ways,
but
like... Yeah, so it's like, bro...
First of all, I don't know how true that information is considering the source is Ash Trevino, but even if it is true, why is she grossed out?
rotten
Being
mango.
bisexual is normal. Being a heinous, neglectful mother is despicable. What kind of sick, twisted values are these? But Ashley states that she and Max are going to get married, because I guess this is before she let her homophobia run through, and that he has not, in fact, smelled her nunu, because he is a Christian who is saving himself till marriage. Which all netizens and Camilla are questioning. This is not that that's abnormal or not okay, but it just sounds like an excuse, and perhaps he's using her for money and clout. Because if he is a devout Christian, devout enough to abstain from premarital relations, why would he be interested in Ashley?
Well, he's in prison too, or?
No.
Oh.
And the podcast just goes through a lot of Ashley's wild moments. Like, for example, Ashley just has some bizarre live stream moments. There are moments where she'll pull up a video of herself crying to sad TikTok sounds, and she proudly shows it in the live stream, like, yeah, I was in pain. And people are so confused. They say, they're commenting, netizens are commenting, looks 45, acts 15. Not the 2020 depressing TikTok audios in the big 2025. I'm sorry, is sadness in the room with us? She also has a very unique way of flirting, like I said, that is constantly brought up and clipped and is viral all over TikTok. She also loves listening to sad songs. She'll stare off into the distance while playing Spotify and sad songs, trying to be the main character.
Pause.
Things that I did when I was 9 in the car while my mom was driving me to Barnes & Nobles. That's what she's doing at 36 years old on a TikTok live stream. She's sitting there listening to the song Get You the Moon. You know the song that's like, 'cause you are the reason I'm still hanging on. And it's like, if death was coming for you, I'd give my life for you. And the comments read, and who set this up? This music, I am dead. She's also accused of sending herself flowers while on live. Yeah, she just acts so surprised that she got these flowers from an anonymous suitor of hers. And netizens are commenting, this is me sending myself candy Valentine's Day grams in middle school. Another comment reads, because she gets a little teddy bear with the flowers. The bear is even looking at us like, this is a lie. Yeah. Ashley also used to work at a dentist's office up until December of 2024. People didn't know that. People thought that she was a full-time TikToker for the longest time because she was talking about how she worked at a dentist's office. The practice was sold to new management that was going to come in, and some of the new managers were Indian American.
He gave us an option to stay with the new owners or leave. And I chose to leave because they were Indians. And I'm not working under no Indians. I'm sorry, I'm just not.
Yeah, she's racist. She literally, on one live stream, she was teaching her daughter slurs for all the races and ethnicities. It was really bad. Yeah.
You can't really find one good thing about this person.
No. But it's not true. She did not quit. Not that it makes her statement less racist, more acceptable, less deplorable, nothing. She actually continued working at the dentist's office until December of 2024. She was fired because netizens pulled clips of her doing, I don't know, any one of her heinous things and sent it to her bosses. She was let go. There are allegations that she has bed bugs. She's in bed live streaming one day and a bug just crawls around her on the pillow, inside the pillowcase. Now, it's unclear if it's a roach or a bed bug, but it is clear that Ashley notices and she tries to get up. She acts super nonchalant about it instead of freaking out or even addressing it. Later, she's asked if she has bed bugs, and she says on the podcast, no, it was like a beetle or something. Again, what these people need to realize is I do live in a duplex. I have neighbors. So with that, whatever they have, it does transfer over. But I don't have like roaches or anything. No. She's asked, could there be potential bed bugs? No, I haven't found any. That was a beetle. But of course, people take one little thing, let it be a flea on your leg, and they're going to say it's something else. And again, that's why I'm moving. Because my landlord, I feel like for what I pay for there, I can literally find a place, a house somewhere. I want a 4-bedroom and 2.5 bath. I already have my mindset on what I want. Netizens disagree. They argue it does not look like a beetle, not even remotely, and it's just odd that instead of screaming or freaking out, because if you have the occasional bug, you start screaming and freaking out, but the fact that she just hides the bug from the camera and tries to play it off is very strange. In the interview with Camilla, as a joke, asks her if she's ever had a fake bag, because there were rumors that her LV bags were fake. Ashley seems genuinely irked, and she says,
They literally think my Louis are fake. I can pull up the receipt right now if you want to see it. I can log into my Louis account right now.
oh, she got an account.
I got a YSL account, Gucci, and Louis.
She also talks about how at their age, she, Ashley, did not have a Gucci bag like her daughters. So she bought them a Gucci bag for hitting, I believe, 1 million or 1 million followers.
Wow.
I might have not had a Gucci bag, but I had their dad, okay?
I think she's trying to say she didn't need a Gucci bag because she was in love and in a happy relationship. But that's really weird because why are you comparing that with your daughters? But it also feels so wrong because he recently passed away and the girls are clearly still grieving. It's a very bizarre thing to say.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, she states that some of her kids' friends are not allowed to come over anymore. This is in the podcast. She says because, quote, their parents don't feel comfortable because my address is leaked. Then why do you feel comfortable with your kids being there? Camilla asks Ashley straight up, so you don't feel any sort of guilt or sadness that they've lost friends because of it and they've expressed that? No, because it's not even for that reason, to be honest. I feel like some of their friends are jealous because of the life that they have. Camilla asks Ashley's children, do you think that maybe sometimes she can exploit situations to get views?
No, Hong Kong. Everybody's against this girl.
Ashley disagrees. She says if anything, she wants to protect her kids. To which E brings up the time that Ashley asked for Galaxy donations if they want to know about her health conditions, and Ashley says, oh yeah, but that was like a while back though, and you weren't even in the hospital. E also goes on to state, quote, honestly, sometimes I feel like it's weird for girls to go for younger guys, but like it's weird for my mom. She's 36 and she gets with people in their teens. Santos, he actually lied about his age. He said he was 22, but he's actually 19. Eventually, Camille sends the kids out of the room so that she can talk to Ashley alone, and she says, Santos was caught licking your haunted rose on live. What the f*** are you doing with that?
And he licked your rose toy. Why did he do that?
Because Santos is a freak. Santos sleeps with everybody.
Did he sleep with you?
Am I supposed to answer that
Yes.
truthfully?
Yes.
Truthfully.
Yes. Did Santos sleep with you? Did you sleep with Santos, actually?
So, yes, we have done stuff.
Okay.
Twice.
Twice.
2 separate occasions.
With a 19-year-old boy.
I didn't know he was 19 at the time.
So this is before you knew?
Yes.
Claimed before you knew.
Literally. Like, we did it twice, and it was literally before Christmas, so.
Side note, Santos addresses these allegations of being intimate with Ashley in a separate live, and he says, I never hit the Nunu. Ever, ever, ever. We said I want Nunu, we made that word up joking around. I never did that. Like, you have to understand. I walked into her room one time and the bean dip was right next to the rose toy, so I'm assuming she eats while she plays, and I don't like that. That's nasty. Like, bro. Like, every time I had to Febreze everywhere, I had to shove toilet paper in my nose. I would never, ever, ever get near that Nunu, ever. And that's on arrogant. He says that. That's
That is crazy.
That's his whole spiel. So Camille starts firing off the tough questions. If TikTok banned you tomorrow, how would you make money? What's your plan B? I have other socials that I'm working on right now, and I have other collabs coming up. Okay, care to leak the collab that you have coming up? A good one. It's a YouTube video, so just know that there's gonna be like 20 guys. No other crazy revelations happen in the podcast. It's just a mess. At one point, Camille, after H talks about how she doesn't like her mom's newest prison husband that she's actually divorcing, Noe Trevino, Camille says, y'all, to the girls, y'all just come live with us. Which H says, yes, please. But Ashley starts joking, well, now you have 2 new members. Ashley might have just been saying this without realizing the implication, but it's pretty bad. Camille is part of the Bop House, which, like I said, is a group of OF models that live in a house together to film content, 18-plus content. So Camille saying, come live with us, sounds very much like, I think we can take care of you better than your mom can. Just live with us, because that sounds miserable. Meanwhile, Ashley says, you have 2 new members, implies that they would be members of the Bop House, which is a content house for explicit creators, and it freaks Camille out. Like, she doesn't even know what to say. She's like, what did this lady just say? This is crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I have 2 new members. And probably the most explosive question in the entirety of the podcast is when Camille asks, question, do the kids have beds? H responds, well, I don't live with my mom. At your mom's house then, do you have a bed? No. I'm gonna zail you. I'm gonna give you money. I want a bed, 2 mattresses, 2 of them. I want a headboard and 2 nightstands. I'm gonna order that before you leave this house today, and I'm gonna insert the clip of the receipt here. And Ashley is explaining there's a whole story behind that. She's trying to explain that her mom was gonna go get the bed, but they didn't know the style of the bed, and she couldn't go out in public. And Camilla's like, oh, because you're just that bitch. And she's like, literally, no, like, I really don't. Like, if I go out, I'm gonna get noticed, and if I don't have my security guard, I'm not going anywhere. Later in the episode, Ashley still brags about how much money she makes, and she starts giggling, and Camilla says, and her kids still don't have a bed, so what's so funny, Ashley? She laughs even louder, and she's like, nothing's that funny when your kids don't have a damn bed, I'll tell you that right now. Now, this podcast gets released, and within a few days, I think it's at like 7-8 million views. Ashley is pretty upset about this podcast. She alleges that Camille received like $60,000 for this podcast. I'm not sure where that allegation is coming from. I didn't see any embedded endorsements or anything of that sort. I don't know if she's implying that she made $60,000 off of ad revenue, which is kind of crazy. But she said that she had known, if she had known that Camille was going to name the podcast the worst mom on TikTok, she would have never sat down for the podcast. She says, because I'm not the world's worst mom. And I'm telling you, like, there were times during that podcast that I wanted to quit doing it because it got so hard on me, and I didn't. I just said, you know what? You got to swallow it. You got to say what you got to say, so I did. There were questions asked that I didn't feel comfortable with, but I still answered it. And like I told her, and I don't know if she put it in the podcast, but I'm always going to be the villain in everybody's story. I could sit here and go to church every day, every Sunday, give my life to God 100%, and you will still see me the same way you see me right now. A bad mom, alcoholic, whatever you want to call me, fat, ugly, whatever. Y'all are still going to see me in that way, even if I change my life. And if you don't like me for who I am, then I can't change that about you, because I probably don't like you anyways. Ashley is very upset with Camille, but also with her viewers. She says,
so for those of y'all that call CPS on me, remember, she's not in my custody right now. Why do you think she doesn't live with me right now? Y'all are going to get my parents in trouble. So when y'all want to call CPS, y'all think about that. It's not me getting in trouble. It's my parents. Do y'all think I only fight battles on TikTok? I fight them personally every day. As much as it hurts me, because I wish my baby lived with me, it's just not good right now. And that's our decision.
So now she doesn't even have custody of her kids.
She also says, and the irony just whooshes straight over her head. She says, but again, Camille and the Bop House, they do stuff for views. You gotta remember that. She's an influencer. She does stuff for the views because she gets paid off the views. She also says that she should have asked Camille for payment had she known that she was going to get that deep into it. It appears that the podcast made the girls very upset with their mother, to which she goes on live to talk about it. Ashley has sad music playing in the background and says,
no one said it would ever be easy being a mom. Right now is the time I wish their dad was alive. And I know she acts out because he's not here no more, and she hasn't coped with her dad gone. So I know it still hurts her because she cried for him last night. My mom told me. She didn't get to tell him bye. He passed away when she wasn't there.
She's trying to imply that her kids acting out against her and blocking her on TikTok is because they're upset that their father passed away, so they're acting out in general, and it has nothing to do with her being a mom. There is some back and forth between Ashley and Camille, which I don't think is significant compared to all of the types of people that Ashley has been dating. And I think that Ashley lore could go on for 4 more episodes, but I won't subject you to that. But there has been back and forth of Camille not purchasing beds for the kids yet. Ashley claims Camille is a liar. She's not purchasing the beds. Camille is claiming, I told you to send me the beds and you haven't sent me the ones that they wanted. So, like, what do you want me to do? Camille also states that Ashley requested to stay a night longer and charged over $1,000 at the Ritz-Carlton to Camille's credit card. Ashley says, no, I have the credit card statements. It charged my card. And then Camille is saying, because I told you I would pay you back. Like, I'm not going to give you my credit card, so I'm reimbursing you. It's the whole thing. Most netizens are supporting Camille. Others think that Camille should not have invited Ashley's daughters to the infamous Bop House, a house known to be a place where OF creators collaborate and make content. Some netizens comment, Camille needs to take responsibility. She is the one that invited the minors to the Bop House just to humiliate their situation more and bring up old wounds. I would be uncomfortable too. Others bring up Camille's past podcast with her brother, saying she's not that great of a person either, but I don't really know. Another one reads, Camille humiliated all of them. She may have said all those things just to get back at Ash, but those kids didn't need to be there. So netizens are just kind of confused on how bad of a mom can still have a platform and keep making more accounts, and more than that, still have people donating. That doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense.
I feel like this is like a new age now, you know? Like someone can actually air out all of these laundries 24/7, and you can peek into someone's life like this. And just like, oh my god, this is actually happening.
It's terrifying. Yeah, these TikTok live streams are so scary. And people are saying that it might, I will say that
right, that's what I'm saying.
Situation as a
He's crazy.
Lol cow.
Oh yeah, I forgot about my nugs.
Thing, to the point where when I briefly heard about some of the things Ashley Trevino did, I thought it was going to be on our Mott's channel, because it seemed like people were just making fun of her making rap songs like My Nunu, Does It Stink, Does It Smell, stuff like that. But it's really serious. And one comment that highlights that is, all the CPS cases for Gabriel Fernandez were closed. Let that sink in. That means absolutely nothing.
Thank you, Hong
Can
Kong.
you imagine the horror stories these girls have since they were little? And with that, that is today's episode. What are your thoughts on Ash Trevino? I know that I wasn't able to encapsulate all of the things that she's done because she's on live practically every day, and she's probably on live right now, but what are your thoughts? What do you think should happen to her? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
We're gonna find another one. Hang on. Sorry, I'm trying to find another video for us to listen to. That's the Bjork one. This one says, wife found a missing girl's torture tape on her husband's VHS camera.
Someone
That's what we're
doesn't
gonna listen
normally
to.
go through her husband's things. But this time, she's gonna make an exception. The house has been exceptionally cluttered recently, and she can't even think straight. She's gonna lose her mind in here. She wants to finish cleaning up the whole house before he gets home. Maybe they can eat dinner afterwards. She's gonna feel like a brand new person.
Right.
That's the plan. This is a spring cleaning type of day. She's not just gonna wipe the counters. She's gonna get on all fours and dust underneath every single piece of furniture. She's gonna grab the junk drawers, dump them out on the table, and start reorganizing every little piece of junk in there. It's one of those cleaning type of days. Tommy's in the thick of putting things away. She's tried on 5 pairs of jeans from the back of her closet just to see if they still fit. She's sweating. She's drenched in sweat, labeling everything, running around. And then she comes across a stack of those old VHS tapes. Because before streaming services, there were CDs, and then before that, there were these VHS tapes. They're like big black blocks, which is kind of cute. Maybe her husband is keeping them because, I don't know, they don't really watch VHS tapes anymore, but maybe it's one of his favorite childhood memories and he's just keeping it for nostalgia. Or maybe it's a video of him when he was younger, because you can basically vlog and put it on a VHS tape. She keeps rummaging around and ends up finding a VHS player. Oh, this is cute. She pops the VHS tape in, goes back to cleaning, because you have to wait for it to wind all the way back to the beginning. It's literally a tape, and then hits play. The video starts, and she freezes. She drops whatever's in her hand, and she's staring at the screen, kind of confused about how to feel about any of this. On the screen is her husband, aggressively, almost visually painfully yanking himself, self-pleasuring himself. It's very aggressive, and it feels illegal to watch her husband in such a... It's weird, she's never seen this before. And he's moaning a name, a woman's name she's never heard before. It's definitely not her name. It's not Tommy, it's somebody else.
Is his face in there?
Yes. It's very disturbing. It's definitely going to be a big fight when he gets home. But she's trying to figure out when this tape is even from. Maybe it was from before they even got married. But even then, it's kind of a weird tape to have. Who records themselves doing something like this? It's a little odd.
Do we know when this was taking place?
2003.
And by then, VHS tape is not really around, right?
No. Most people have moved on to DVDs. Now she checks the time. It's a 20-minute long clip. The whole time, that's what he's doing, self-pleasuring until he reaches his destination. She rips the VHS tape out and inserts the next one. By this point, her heart is racing a little bit because is this going to be another video of him doing strange things? Is it going to be an introduction into the woman that he's calling out to? She pushes the tape and presses play. Laying on the bed are 2 bodies, her husband and another body laying next to him. There's these words written all over both of their naked bodies, like they're doodling on each other, or they were doodling on each other. The words read, Prince and King.
Prince and King?
Yeah, all over the husband's body.
What the fuck is
The girl
wrong with him?
looks terrified. She's laying next to the husband with a giant, long cut down her private area, and she's actively bleeding. She's trembling, and so is Homi. She's shaking by the time her husband, in the video, gets up, walks closer to the camera, and smiles, quote, "Oh, she tried to run away, so I had to teach her a lesson." He turns back
What
to the
the
girl
fuck?
and says, quote, "Endure it, even if it hurts." Then her husband walks over to the girl in the video and starts essaying her. Tommy does not recognize the other person in the video, at least not personally. This is not a family friend or anything like that, but she does know the girl's face. She's seen it before, all over missing posters in town. She's the little 8-year-old girl that had gone missing recently.
It was an 8-year-old girl?
8 years old. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They are a private nonprofit that focuses on finding missing children, reducing child sexual exploitation and the prevention of child victimization. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team. And of course, we would like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Now, some heavy disclaimers for today's case. There are mentions of snuff films, kidnapping, essay against some of our most vulnerable populations, including that of young children and people with intellectual disabilities. So please take care of yourself. If you need to click out, go take a bath, read a book,
Facts.
and I will see you in the next one. Another big note, the person in question in today's episode has not been proven in the court of law of being guilty of the crimes he's suspected of. He's been proven to be guilty of a lot of other things, but not these specific crimes. There is a lack of concrete evidence that authorities could get their hands on, but also the statute of limitations in South Korea. Even if they were now to find a mountain of evidence of, hey, we had a child serial killer on our hands, it would be too late. The statute of limitations for most of the cases would be up. So he or whoever did this would probably be a free man. But I do think it's a very solid theory that the authorities have. But for legal purposes, I will be using the word allegedly, and anything stated about someone's guilt or lack thereof is either a personal opinion or a restatement of opinions of netizens that have been compiled for viewer convenience. They should not be taken as fact, and as always, everyone should come to their own opinions. So with that being said, let's get into it. The producers of a famous Korean true crime show get a letter from a man who is in jail for essay and kidnapping.
Wow.
Which is kind of odd to say the least. They
It probably
usually
looked like
cover
I was
crime
sleeping,
stories,
didn't
and
it?
more
I
often
wasn't,
than
I
not,
swear.
The producers are the ones reaching out to the prisoners,
I was looking
begging them,
down.
like, let me come see you and do an interview.
What's the show?
It's called Curious Why. Why would he reach out to want to share his story and have it broadcasted to the whole nation? It's a little weird. The man, Mr. Na, N.A., rants in his long-winded letter that this is all one big conspiracy misunderstanding, that if somebody just takes 2 seconds to read his letter, they would see just how corrupt the police are. It's not that difficult. Mr. Na states the police tricked him. The main detective working
Of course
his
they
case
did.
just wants a pat on the back for stopping another quote-unquote violent criminal, and they're steamrolling him, making him out to be this bad guy. So he's reached out to all these news networks, he's reaching out to human rights organizations, because this is more than just about him. Whatever's going on in this police station is really dark. All of this happened because of his mother-in-law. His mother-in-law does not want him to be with her daughter, all because of love. So she accused him of kidnapping and essaying her precious daughter. He says in the letter, I love her. I really love her. If you look at our text messages between us, it's so clear that we love each other. The police are rather excessively separating us and putting all these strange charges on me. My wife is losing the man she loves. And from a woman's point of view, her opinion has not been respected at all. And it's proceeding according to the detective's needs, the parents' needs. Where are a person's human rights? He states he didn't even know that she had an intellectual disability till later on. And because she looked like she could still live a very independent life, even though she was still living at home at the time, he thought, I mean, it's not really impacting her life. Why would I even notice? Why would she need to tell me? He argued she didn't feel comfortable talking about it in depth, so he didn't push her. Is that a sin? They were seriously dating for a while, but she confessed to him that her mom was terrifying. She was scared of her mom. Her mom was quite abusive, and she couldn't even be herself in her own home, and it was miserable, which is why the two of them decide, let's get married ASAP. Is that such a sin? He said, not acknowledging our relationship just because of the disability that my wife has is a clear abuse of investigative power. The performance of the investigator in charge and his greed for cracking down on crime and greed for promotion are questionable. The letter continues. My wife voluntarily went to the district's office with me and registered our marriage. The police are now trying to make me, the husband, a criminal and deny a woman love and marriage. Is that really justice?
But what is he sentenced for?
For
What charge?
essaying kidnapping his wife.
Oh, but they are legally married?
Yes. Nas said the accusations against him right now are absolutely absurd. He lastly asks the producers of the show, is love a sin? Think about that. What? All because the woman he loved has the mental capacity of a 6-year-old? according to her mother, and technically in her specific case does not have the capacity for informed consent, how is that him taking advantage of her? Even though technically she said the word yes, she signed the marriage certificate, is that really a sin? Just because her mental capacity is at 6 years old? Why should that ever stop him from being intimate with her? The producers are instantly intrigued, and it's time to go investigate. First stop would be Gangjin, South Korea. Every town has something that they're known for, especially in the producer world. Each town that they investigate in South Korea, there's always a case that they remember it by. This small town in South Korea was known for every June, children disappear. That was what all the kids were told. And even though parents would say, no, it hasn't happened in such a long time, if you watch closely, if you go there maybe May, you're not going to see a lot of kids walking home alone, month of June. Even during May, you see parents starting to slowly rein in the leashes. You honestly won't see many kids out and about in general the entire month. It's a very tense 30 days. The minute May starts rolling around, parents are already preparing. They're canceling all of their plans. They're just going to stay home after work every single night. If you ask one of the townspeople, hey, I'm new here. What's going on? Why is everybody acting so strange all of a sudden? Everybody seems on edge. They'll just sigh and respond, neither the heavens nor the earth knows what really happened. What does that mean? There had always been these superstitious rumors that the town would have to give up a child every single summer, usually a little girl. That something or someone is taking little girls away every June as some sort of annual sacrifice. It's hard to say if it's true. Some kids say it's kind of like the boogeyman. The boogeyman comes and snatches you every June. Others say it's just sensationalism. The truth is, a few girls went missing in June for a few years, and now it's a whole thing. It was a few years ago. 2 girls had gone missing, both in June, both 1 year apart. They were both walking home from elementary school, and they just kind of evaporated into thin air. It's like a hole opened up in the ground and just swallowed them up. There was no textbook left behind, no backpack, nothing. They just vanished, no evidence.
The body's not found.
Never. Now, that's not what the producers are in town for. They're in town to investigate a human rights concern involving a woman with intellectual disabilities. They didn't know that both these cases would actually be connected. The first stop the producers make in the town is a police station. They want to talk to the detectives on Mr. Na's case. Are they violating human rights or not? The detective breaks the case down for them. It's not a hard concept. He claims it's love. He claims she's mentally capable of getting married. She's of legal age. There's nothing wrong with it. Love is not a sin. She claims she has no idea what marriage is or what the certificate is. She claims that she signed it without understanding it. Her mom and social worker state she has the mental capacity of a 6-year-old and cannot give informed consent. She does not want to be with him. She has stated that he was holding her captive. So therefore, he's charged with SA and kidnap. I'm not sure why we're even talking about human rights violations right now. The producers nod. Maybe they followed a bad lead. The story is sad, but it's not really complicated. It is in the sense, but it's not what they're looking for in a documentary. They need something to pitch to their network. This is not that. But as they're on their way out, the officer continues. Besides, that guy should just stay single. His first attempt at marriage? Even bigger disaster. What do you mean? Oh yeah, he was married once before. That's why he was in jail the very first time. This is his second time in jail. Second time getting married. We know his ex-wife pretty well. She was down here a lot talking to us. She's the one that accused him of running a child snuff film ring. A while back, a group of American documentary filmmakers decided that they were going to venture into the Amazon rainforest to film a documentary about a cannibal community. There was going to be a director, scriptwriter, and 2 cameramen. They tell all of their friends about it. They'd been preparing for this trip for months now, and it's finally time. And then they just vanish in the Amazon rainforest, disappear into thin air.
When?
This was in the 80s. Professor Harold Monroe, an anthropologist from NYU, decides he's gonna run a little rescue mission to find the missing documentary makers. The plan is honestly horrendous. They're gonna infiltrate the cannibal community and try to figure out what happened and try to get the tapes back, try to find the documentary makers. He and his team end up finding out they're dead. There is a shrine that the community made where their skeletal remains are laid out, as well as their reels of film. The professor somehow is able to make a deal to leave with the reels of film, and he has no idea what's in them. He can't even play them until he gets back to New York. He goes back home, reviews this recovered footage, and it's like watching a real-life horror movie. The 4 filmmakers have a very rough start to their trip. A few days in, their guide, Felipe, is bitten by a venomous snake. There's nothing they can do about it. There's nobody around. It's too late. They're too deep into the forest to leave now and get him medical attention. Meaning, either the venom is going to spread to the rest of his body, or they have to cut his leg off. So they cut his leg off with a machete in the middle of the Amazon rainforest in an effort to save his life, but he ends up dying anyway. They just leave him behind. The group make it to the location of the cannibal community, and they see one of the younger community members walking by themselves. So what do? Do they ask him to introduce them to their community because they're making a documentary? No. They shoot him in the leg so that they can easily follow him back to his community-centered area. When they do, they just wage war from the get-go, which I'm so confused by. The 4 filmmakers, yes, they want a documentary, but they mainly want good footage. So they intimidate a whole tribe, kill a pet pig, herd the community members into a tent, burn the tent down. The professor keeps watching, and it just gets worse. The 3 male filmmakers film themselves taking turns R-wording a young girl. The only one trying to convince them to stop is the female screenwriter, but she tells them to stop because she argues, you guys are wasting precious film footage. We don't have that much film. You can see in the background that they're being watched by the locals. They know what the filmmakers are doing. The filmmakers later find the girl impaled on a wooden pole, meaning a pole went through her private area and then through her mouth, and she's impaled on it. She's dead. They state in the documentary that it's because she's no longer pure. They claim the locals killed her for her loss of virginity, but it's pretty clear from the way the filmmakers are talking about it, the professor has an inkling that they R-worded her, and they killed her, and they set it up like this to get better footage. In the end, the community attacked the filmmakers for what they did to the girl. One of them, Jack, they use a large machete to cut off his private parts, and even after he's dead, they continue to mutilate his body. Faye, the screenwriter, is captured, stripped, gang essayed, beaten to death, and then ultimately beheaded. One of the other camera guys keeps trying to convince the other survivor, we have to go and try and save her, but he's not listening. He just keeps filming the assault on her from afar.
I thought there's only 3 people left.
4.
Oh, there's still 4 left.
Oh, so 2 just died, there's 2 left. Oh. Now, eventually the last 2 filmmakers are located, killed, all the while their cameras keep rolling, and the footage is probably some of the most graphic, intense violence you can see on a screen. There's horrific torture, essay, animal cruelty, murder, cannibalism, all caught on camera. There's scenes of mutilation, severing of private parts. Professor Monroe would say he was left pondering who the real cannibals really are. The footage premiered in Milan, Italy.
What?
Where the man who had the footage and owned it and premiered the footage was promptly arrested. The man was arrested for animal cruelty and murder. This man argued in the court, please, you have to believe me. None of that is real. I'm a movie director. All of this is fake. None of it is real. You have to trust me. Look me up.
Wait, so it was not released by NYU professor?
No.
Is he involved?
He is a movie character. This man is now claiming, I'm the director of this movie. These are all fake people. It's a fake documentary.
I see.
But the authorities don't believe him because none of it looks fake. It doesn't look like a fake documentary.
Like, it looks so real.
Yes.
It looks like people actually died.
Yes. So they're saying if it's a fake documentary, we still think that you killed people with this plot because none of this, there's no CGI. It looks real. They don't believe him. It looks very real, especially the part where the girl is essayed and then gets impaled on a stake by the river. She has the stake going through her private parts, through her body, out of her mouth. They believe he created a real-life snuff film to win awards, to make money, to dupe the public into watching it. It wasn't until during the trial, they go to trial, they would confirm that the actress was very much alive. And they still didn't believe it. They thought, maybe it's a lookalike, maybe it's a twin sister. They had to physically demonstrate how the killing scenes were done in court to prove that nobody died on set.
Okay, so there was a film that looked so much like a snuff film was released.
Yes, and the plot of it is what I told you, the 4 film documentary makers, but none of it is done in a way where it's like, hey, this is actually a movie. It looks like a documentary. Then the New York City professor finds it. He's watching it.
Yeah. So the police
was like, this is a crime right
Yes.
here. This is a real snuff film.
At first, they believed, okay, maybe this is a documentary, but you can't just air people dying like that. Then the movie director is like, actually, it's not a documentary. It's a mockumentary, one of the first of its kind. This is before they were around. And nobody died. I'm not airing footage of real people's deaths. And they're like, we don't believe you. We think that you actually killed these people to make this movie. So we're going to arrest you for murder and animal cruelty. He goes to trial. They bring photos of the girl that is still very much alive, and the authorities are like, we still don't believe you, so they have to now reenact the killing scenes in the movie to show you, hey, no, really. The scene where the girl is impaled by the stake, they had a stake embedded into the ground and a bicycle seat that she would sit on. Then she put a basil wood on her mouth to hold it, and she appeared like she had this stick going through her body. But the way that she's able to keep completely still is crazy. But only then were the murder charges dropped, and the film was banned for animal cruelty. There are actual animal torture scenes in the movie. Those were not faked. There's a scene where a turtle is deshelled and butchered. They killed a total of 7 animals for the film for whatever sick reason. Truly, apparently there was no reason for those plot points. Not that that would excuse anything, but truly, it wasn't even part of the plot, if you will. It was just extra sadism thrown in for why the hell not. It's really sad if we get into it, but the animal cruelty scenes are brutal. Apparently they wanted a scene for no good reason of them killing a monkey, but they didn't like the first take, so they took another monkey and decapitated it. Again, just because. Additionally, the girl that is essayed by filmmakers, apparently she was 14 at the time of filming. She did not understand English, and there was a general thought on the internet that she had no idea what kind of scene she was filming. This was her first time even seeing a camera. I believe she's Colombian, and I don't think that they should have used someone that young either way, but it said that she never had seen a camera in her life. She never knew what this scene was about. She understood no English, so it's believed online that she went to this thinking she's gonna smile for the camera, but no, they're like, you're gonna just start running, and there's these men chasing her. It seems incredibly unethical. I wonder if even illegal. All in all, I believe the director did deserve jail time for his animal abuse as well as forcing the crew into deeply uncomfortable simulations of violent crimes. I mean, he truly did not care for the actors. The actors straight up said he was a sadist. But this was one of the world's first introductions at the time on a mass level to the world of snuff films, which by definition is a movie or video produced for profit or financial gain that shows scenes of actual homicide. Now, snuff films don't technically exist, and mainly because I think the definition of what a snuff film is very, very narrow. It has to be recorded murder for the purpose of selling that tape as a commodity and entertainment. It cannot be recorded murder that was produced for enjoyment that later gets circulated for shock value or for profit. So there are actually lots of videos that depict death where gangs, cartels, war times, there will be beheadings, there will be shocking scenes of torture and violence that are filmed and then recorded, released for the mass media consumption, or at least that's their initial point.
But they're not trying to make money.
They're not trying to make money, and additionally, there's no really plot. So snuff films kind of do have a plot. It does have to be a little bit like a movie.
Got it.
It has to be entertaining. It cannot just be shocking gore. It has to be murder with the sole intention of filming and making money off of that murder scene. So when you deal with videos of abuse against the younger generation, typically, it does appear that a lot of the injuries sustained would result in death, but it would not be considered a snuff film. Because the purpose of someone viewing that video would not be to see a murder of a kid, but more so for the explicit content involving that kid prior to the murder. There's a lot of articles out there being like, guys, don't worry, snuff films don't actually exist. The FBI haven't found one yet, but they have found videos of brutal murders being circulated on the deep web, essays that lead to murder that have been circulated, but they don't categorize those as snuff films. So it is safe to assume that many netizens think, yeah, I mean, technically by definition they don't exist, but our idea of them and what they are, they exist. Even things like hurtcore exist, which is a particularly extreme form of torture videos that are incredibly illegal to produce, purchase, own, and even watch. It's, quote, made for people who get off on the infliction of pain or even torture and death on a person who is not a willing participant. One netizen put it, there's no limit to human depravity out there. Plenty of people with enough money to do whatever they want. If what they want is a true snuff film, then they're gonna get a true snuff film. And now, this man, Mr. Na, the police said, a man who was at the time in his mid-20s, looked like he just graduated from college, is being accused of running a child snuff film ring by his own wife? They tell the producers it was never proven, though. And that was over 15 years ago when she accused him. Now he's older and he's in jail for essaying and kidnapping his new wife, and he wants his human rights to be protected. When Mr. Na finds out the producers are looking into his case, not about the human rights violations, but about the missing girls, he writes another letter to them. The criminal charges are only suspicious, and most of them are not true. As it may have a negative impact on the case that I'm currently on trial for, please postpone the broadcast of your story. If only the suspicious content from the police flows out without my truth, the truth of the current trial will also be buried.
Wait, what is he threatening?
He's saying, unless you want to obstruct justice, I would say don't broadcast whatever you think you have, because that's not the real truth.
So the beginning of the story, the little discovering, was the first wife, correct?
Yes. And that was 15 years ago. And now 15 years later, he's writing a letter to producers being like, hey, I'm in jail because I'm being accused of these crimes, of trying to marry my second wife, and they're saying I'm kidnapping her.
Yeah.
They go to investigate that second wife thing, and the police are like, oh, there's so much more to the story. This guy's crazy. He was in prison for a while.
So the first crime was 2003. That means the second was 2018?
Yes, it's recent.
Whoa, so this is like he's been around for a while.
A while. Now, Mr. Na starts referring to himself in third person in the letters. He says, the informant was suspected of a crime, not because he committed the crime, but because the police wanted to accuse him. The police fabricate and distort a lot of things, especially against those who are weak and have nothing. Mr. Na falls into that category. If Mr. Na had truly committed a crime, would he have reported it to a broadcasting station under his real name? It's a very strange response. That if the producers didn't feel like there was more to the story before, they definitely think there is now. The response makes them want to dig deeper. 1 year, this is the ex-wife, so back to 2003. 1 year before finding the tapes in her husband's closet, Somi starts noticing her husband's not acting normal. I mean, to be fair, everyone in town is kind of on edge. Another little girl had gone missing, but they didn't have a daughter. They're not exactly as high risk as all the other people in town who are freaking out about their own children. But this vacation is supposed to be about them and reconnecting and focusing on their relationship, and it just seems like the last thing on her husband's mind is relaxing. In fact, he's in the corner of the hotel room writing a will. He's insisting that they need a will if they're ever gonna die, which logically, yeah, sure, but time and place for everything, no? I mean, who does that in the middle of a vacation?
Welcome back.
He even randomly starts writing a letter to his uncle that he hasn't spoken to in years. Somi is so confused she leans over his shoulder to get a glimpse of the letter, and it reads, it seems to be the first time I'm writing a letter to my own uncle. The trip has already been planned and has nothing to do with any incident. Also, the recent incident has nothing to do with me. And I confess that I lied.
What?
What incident? What is he talking about? What does it even mean? But the weirdest part of the trip comes at night. The two of them would be laying in bed, the lights are off, the motel's blackout curtains are drawn, it's pitch black in the room, and Somi is just about to drift off into sleep and she thinks her husband's already knocked out, it's quiet. Then she hears something. She hears him talking. What did he just say? She holds her breath and he says it again. Okay, what was that? He's muttering something under his breath. And then she hears it again, and this time it's a bit clearer. There's someone in the walls. For the first time ever, Somi is actually pretty happy to be back home from her little trip with her husband. She hoped going back to their routine is going to help him get somewhat back to normal. I mean, but that's not what happens, not even close. When they get back, one of the first things her husband wants to do is go to the movies. Which, fine, but he wants to go by himself. Which, I mean, again, I guess it's fine. She kisses him goodbye, but there's something about the way she grabs her coat. She waits a little bit while before running out of the house and following him down the street. It's not like she's following him. Technically, she could be going to the market. It's also in the same direction. Who's to say, really? She stays very far away from Na, and he cannot see her. but she follows him all the way towards the movie theater. He does end up going to the movies. But at one point, when he's walking through an alleyway, out of nowhere, he just starts sprinting, booking it, sprinting down the alleyway, looking behind him, hiding behind giant dumpsters, poking his head out, eyes wide, hiding again. He looks like someone is chasing him. But nobody is chasing him.
You don't think he saw her?
No.
Oh, like he's running away from someone else.
Yes. Because if he sees his wife, you don't hide like that. You don't run like that. He's running like someone's chasing him with a knife. Somi turns around and quickly goes back home. Later that night after dinner, Somi starts cleaning again, and she sees sitting near the top of the trash can a ripped up movie ticket from earlier
Hey,
today.
Freaky, how are
She
you?
bends down, grabs as many of the pieces as she can, and starts puzzling it back together. And on it is a handwritten
They do
scribble.
seem kind of
It
edited.
reads, quote, "I have to use her and then get rid of her." Who is he talking about? What is he referring to? Does it have anything to do with the little girl that just went missing? She was the second girl in town to disappear into thin air, and the whole town had been looking for her. Does it have to do with her?
So by this point, the wife is suspecting of the husband, or
She has
there's a lot of questions?
a lot of questions. I think, you know when you have those intrusive thoughts and you're like, okay, I am creating a movie in my head. This is not real. I think it was one of those moments because she does not report it at all. Every single karaoke bar, that's the search initiative. That's it. Comb through every single one of them. Flip tables, look under the booths, look in the vents. 300 police officers are out searching for the little missing girl. They're combing through the back of these karaoke rooms, inside the private rooms, tossing everybody out, asking all the employees for IDs, and it's all because this one post goes viral. An online forum post starts going viral 25 days after a little girl in town named Han disappears. She's 8, she vanishes. The title of the online post reads, "I saw a girl who looks just like Han, the one that disappeared. I saw her somewhere and I'm pretty sure it's her." The rest of the message reveals the OP is a woman in her 20s. She did not just see someone like Han. She sold Han. That's what she details in a post.
She sold?
Yes, that's what she details in a post that's basically a confessional of how she lured a small child, a small girl, to hang out with her, then handed her over to 2 men who promised to pay her for little girls. $1,000
Oh
per
my
little girl.
god.
She states in the post, nothing against
That's
Han
so
in particular.
fucked.
She just lured the next girl she could find, which happened to be Han. She said she didn't really know what these men had in store for her, only that they were going to take her away in this black sedan. Perhaps they wanted to illegally put her up for adoption. That was like the weird sick hope she had. That she was going to find a nice little family that would love her and she would make $1,000. But instead, she states one day she comes across a karaoke store where she sees what looks like that little girl working in the karaoke store. Side note, she said that she's full of remorse and guilt and that's why she's posting this. But she also mentions she never got paid the $1,000 that she was owed.
The 8-year-old girl is working at a karaoke bar?
Karaoke bars in South Korea are honestly typically a lot of fun if you are over age and you go knowing some security measures, but it's not really the type of place that your parents would want you to hang out in. It's like clubbing. Clubs are fun in the US if you're of age and everything is legal, but is it the safest place in the world? Is it a place where your parents are going to be like, yes, go every single night? There's nothing inherently wrong or shady about them. There's bad people everywhere. But it is a place where bad things have known to happen just because it's associated with nightlife.
And this was years and years ago, right?
Yes.
Decades ago.
Yes.
So it's more unregulated.
Yes, I'm assuming it's a lot more regulated now, but there have been allegations even today that some shady stuff is happening. I think not so much in the more tourist areas, but maybe smaller towns. Now, there had been instances where girls have been kidnapped and forced almost into a labor trafficking, sex trafficking ring inside of karaoke bars. There have been instances where children in South Korea have been kidnapped and they would be purchased by adults in these karaoke bars. Yeah, there have been unverified internet rumors that some of them were these underage kids would be forced to perform on tables in private karaoke rooms by using fruits to do things to their body. I don't know. That is completely unverified. It's an internet rumor. Now, this is still the very big first lead that the police have about missing Helen. She might be working in a karaoke bar. The missing girl's dad, Helen's dad, even tries to meet with some of the former kids that had been kidnapped by karaoke bars just to see what their day was like, how they could find someone that is being moved around in these bars, the best way for them to escape. He starts sleeping outside of karaoke bars in the area until the owners will let him in to search, until they talk to him. And that's when he finds out that his daughter is not in any of them. Authorities had searched through Mokpo, Busan, checking every single karaoke bar, subway stations, even going through the terminals one by one. If she was sold as a karaoke worker, it's likely she's traveling through the subway stations, or perhaps even spending time and maybe even sleeping in one. But she's not there. She's not anywhere. They don't even have a clue or a better lead. Usually when they search this intensely, you get another lead you can follow while you're searching. Someone says, oh, actually, I remember seeing someone like that, and she went that way. But they turn up nothing, which means the only lead they still have is tracking down the original anonymous poster, the one that claims she sold the girl, the one that claims she's now in a karaoke bar. There was a point in my life where I felt like I was drowning in debt. Every time I thought I was making progress on my credit card debt, it was like my car knew. I swear at one point I thought my car was sentient because every time I saved even just $1, it would break down on me and I would need an expensive repair. I thought I'd be stuck in this cycle forever where I would pay off my debt just a little and then a huge unexpected expense would hit me. It felt like I couldn't tell anyone I was in debt either because I was so scared of the judgment I would receive. It's why I wish I knew about PDS debt when I was paying off my debt. PDS debt strives to understand your specific scenarios and can help provide alternative solutions to becoming debt-free. I know how easy it is to get into credit card debt, and I know it can feel like you'll never get out. If you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills over $10,000, I recommend PDS debt. They can help if you feel like you're making payments every month, but you feel like your balances aren't going down. They help match you with debt solutions tailored to your financial situation. You also don't have to worry about whether or not if they will accept your credit score because there is no minimum credit score required. PDS debt accepts bad and fair credit. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies for PDS debt. Stop waiting and start saving. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/rotten. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/rotten. pdsdebt.com/rotten. Police track the IP address and end up in a PC bank, internet cafe, in a nearby town. Are you sure this is the one? It's further away from their actual town. There's better internet cafes closer. Side note, an internet cafe, you can pay money to log onto one of their computers and use their Wi-Fi. They usually have food and snacks and really fast Wi-Fi, so a lot of people will specifically go to play games. But why would she go all the way here to write her post if she's from our town? They walk inside. Hi, we're with the police. We're gonna need to see the CCTV camera footage from the past few weeks. Now they know why she came all the way here. No CCTV cameras. They said she paid in cash. They don't keep a log of customers. I'm sure now in 2024 in most areas it's very different. Like South Korea is known as CCTV land. But back then you could likely pay cash and browse the internet with no data trace. You wouldn't even have to log on with your government ID number. I think things are different now, but you wouldn't have to. I feel like there's now limitations to that, but that means she was on a public computer, no record of her paying for that computer time in a place where there's no CCTV cameras. It's truly anonymous. They don't know what she looks like, so they can't even describe the poster to the employees. Besides, the employees aren't really trying to pay attention to every single customer coming in. That's when the detectives start thinking, what if the point of the post wasn't to tell the truth? What if the point of the post is to lead us the wrong way? But what does that mean? An expert criminal profiler said, in my opinion, the credibility of the online post is very low. It's very abstract, and the actual content of how and why she gave the child over to these men was completely omitted. Why was that passing child in particular selected? It's omitted. The facts of the crime are only 2 lines out of the entire post. The profiler continues, contrary to the post that says she's now reporting this out of guilt for the child, it is strange that there is no content about the child's emotions on the report. You would imagine one would write, she looks so scared. She must have been so terrified. The look on her face still haunts me in my sleep. I can't stop thinking about the way her face looked up at me. But nothing. Nothing about the child or the child's reaction. The post gave almost no specifics. How did the child follow her? How did she lure the child? How did the child react when she realized she was being taken away? There is nothing. It just reads, my heart hurts for the child. The expert profiler stated ultimately, in general, it does not match the psychological state that appears when a person commits a crime like this and feels remorse. It is difficult to see the post as a credible one. But now the police have an even bigger question. If it is a false report, who wrote it and why? What would be the reason for the post? To confuse the investigators? Somi slams down the VHS tapes on the table when her husband Na comes home. It's unclear exactly what was said during this confrontation, but it doesn't seem like Na cared too much that his wife found out. Or maybe he knew it's too late to act like he's still the same husband because he just drops the act. He just tells her straight up, I will let you leave. I will let you walk out of here on your own 2 feet on one condition. I let you leave as long as you never speak another word of this to anybody. Somi is terrified. On one hand, she knows she should have gone to the police with this, but she hoped that her husband would tell her it was fake, it was all edited. She wanted to give him the chance to explain, but no, he's confirming these are very real, and now the only way out alive probably is to take this deal, to walk out and never speak another word of it. Which she needs to walk out of here, does she not? So she nods, and she starts packing up her things. After years of marriage, he just tells her, you know, this is also a very normal thing in other countries. These types of videos, everybody makes snuff films for a profit. Someone told me it was lucrative, so I'm just selling it to foreign markets. I'm just doing it for money. It's not sick and twisted. Tomi practically runs out of his house, and soon afterwards, Mr. Na is arrested for murder. But not the murder of the girls. He's arrested for a completely separate murder.
This is crazy. It just keeps going.
Yes. Na had plans to end this whole messy thing. I mean, it's only a matter of time, honestly, that his wife or ex-wife, it's very unclear. Whatever his homie is to him now, she's gonna officially leave him. And she might tell someone eventually, maybe 5 years down the line, maybe 10 years down the line, or maybe there's gonna be rumors that she starts. And it's not even Somi that he's worried about. He feels like he has good grip on Somi. He has good control over her. But it's actually her little brother. Na always hated her little brother, his brother-in-law. He's the younger brother to Somi, and he acts like he's the man of the house, always trying to protect his sister, giving her advice. Eventually, Na knows that Somi, his wife, would tell her brother about what she saw, and he would, of course, give her unsolicited advice and ask her to go to the police station and make sure she tells them everything. So he hides. That's what Na does. He hides. July 3rd, 2002, around 10:30 a.m., he starts hiding outside the bushes of his house. Hiding in the bushes. His house. Na had asked Somi to come find his credit card, which was partly true, he did lose it, but more importantly, he had the whole apartment set up so that he could kidnap her.
Ex-wife?
Yeah, because if she's being held hostage, then she can't really say anything, can she?
Okay, so he's backtracking now.
Yes.
He's trying to lure her back.
But he's in the bushes, peeking his head out, and he sees Somi walking up to the door with her brother. And it becomes very clear to him in that moment that everything he perhaps thought is very true. He's never going to be able to control his wife. Her brother's around. He will always be the dangerous variable. So he makes up his mind in that moment he has to kill him. He takes out the sharp knife that he was initially going to use to threaten his wife and kidnap her and allegedly hold her hostage. He waits for the front door to open. He rushes in, ambushes the little brother-in-law, stabbing him first straight in the forehead, then his shoulder, stomach, and back. His brother-in-law died right there on the floor from excessive blood loss.
All in front of Somi.
Yes, and he also assaults Somi.
Like stabbing her.
Doesn't stab her, but he beats her.
But not trying to kill her.
No. Now, it's really hard to argue that it's not you that stabbed someone in the forehead with a knife. The knife belongs to Na. This is Na's house. Na has motive. Na murders his brother-in-law in front of his wife. He has witnesses, and he has the victim's blood on his arms. It's very hard to argue that. The arrest, investigation, and even trial goes by really quickly. There really is no big investigation. He did it. What else is there to investigate? The authorities barely talk to Somi and ask for her side of the story, and she's not going out of her way to tell the police anything. Not quickly gets sentenced to 15 years in prison and the book closes. But there's a few cases that detectives always say keep them up at night. Most of the time they're unsolved, but sometimes they're solved and there's just something that isn't clicking in their minds. It doesn't make sense. The lead detective on this case is laying in bed, not killed his brother-in-law because his wife was gonna leave him. That's what's stated in court. Her brother was gonna help her leave, but technically she had already moved out. So the worst was over, and he didn't seem upset when she moved out. It wasn't until later he kills his brother-in-law, so why? This is the case that this detective thinks about before he goes to bed for the next 4 years. Finally, he can't take it anymore, and he reaches out to the ex-wife's homie. This is years after he's already in prison for murdering her brother. And this time she's willing to tell him everything. I think the distance helped. I imagine she was very terrified. She tells the detective everything, the marriage, the tapes. She tells him about the VHS tapes, and he doesn't even know how to respond. The whole thing sounds like it's straight out of a Karen Slaughter thriller novel, which, by the way, one of Karen Slaughter's books has the exact premise of this. Local girl goes missing, wife checks successful husband's computer and sees videos of girls that look just like the missing girls, and they're creating snuff films. The husband runs a snuff film empire. I did a BAM on it, which I'll link, but it's so eerie similar to a novel.
What was it called?
Pretty Girls.
Right, that's what it reminds me of.
Yes. And the detective is like, there's no way this is real. They ask her to describe the girl in the video, her facial features. Somi tells him enough detail, what she saw in the video, that truly it would be weird for her to make it up. She has no vengeance against her ex-husband. He's already in jail. And of course she probably hates the guy, but there's no reason for her to make this up. It's not even in line with how people usually lie or make false reports. And the girl's homie is describing, 5 years after the fact, looks exactly like the girl from the missing girls posters. Even years later, she still remembers all the details so vividly, and she's describing it with so much emotion that the detective just trusts her. He said, she talked in great detail. I didn't show her any of the photos of the missing children in advance, but she gave very accurate statements. She spoke again in such great detail. He runs back to his team. We have to look into it. We have to search Na's house now. We need to find those tapes. Before the police search Na's house, an interesting letter is sent out from prison. A letter from Na to his family. It reads, "What did you do with my bag and computer? Not the ones in Gangjin, but the other ones. You should dismantle the computer and break it and dispose of it. What about my luggage and belongings, the ones in Gwangju? When you come to visit me in prison, just talk about my well-being, not this and that. I'll ask if I'm curious."
Who did he send it to?
His mom.
So he wants the mom to destroy evidence.
Yes, but he writes it so nonchalant. What did you do with my computer? You should probably dismantle it and break it and get rid of it.
I wonder what the mom does then.
She does that. It seems like she does exactly that. When the police storm into his old house, the first thing that sticks out to them is it's almost like a supervillain movie. Na has 2 boards on his wall, a chalkboard and a whiteboard, and on it are just a bunch of random symbols and characters, multiple different languages squashed together. There's Korean, there's Japanese, there's English, periods randomly, exclamation points, numbers. It looks like some sort of code. Look, there's 360 characters used. The purpose of the code is to make decoding very, very difficult. That's what the authorities believe. To confuse the reader, and it's working. Whoever reads it, if I walk into his house and stumble upon it, me as the reader, I don't know what's going on. He created a code with his own rules, and steadily he is writing in secret letters. The police have to create some sort of index to try and decipher it, and the first message that they're able to decipher on the board is, written in large code across the top, reads, "Use women financially." Let's keep going. What about this one? Following the code index they created, if the code index is correct, this one says, "King of the brilliant nation. I will use my psychopath techniques and I will film pornography." The rest of the codes that have been deciphered have not been released verbatim, but it has been described as content relating to desires for crimes against children and desires for child grooming.
How is this not a movie? The code is alleged?
No, the idea that he's connected to those missing girls is alleged.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But
and
even,
the tapes haven't been found.
Right, but those writing scribbles...
Yes.
That is not normal.
Exactly. So, some people say that he was later diagnosed with schizophrenia. I don't know, because I think the part that I was like, okay, perhaps was him running down the alleyway, but I'm not sure. Maybe someone was chasing him, or he could have just been on edge because of the illegal stuff he's doing. Like, he could have thought police are chasing him. I don't think I feel like schizophrenia is a very, just like we don't understand enough about schizophrenia, so let's throw it on people when we don't understand. I think that he's sick. Everything he does seems pretty meticulous. Yeah. The code is very meticulous. It doesn't seem like someone going through psychosis and having hallucinations.
Right. That's a good point.
Yeah, because usually people that are schizophrenic, and from my knowledge, please correct me if I'm wrong, if they truly believe that they are in danger, they will write things, but it's usually very frantic. Like,
this one's like he's putting a lot of thoughts behind it.
The code is very, and he has been using this code even today in prison. He's still using the code.
Right.
So, and he's developing the code and altering the code. So it's a very long, lengthy process that seems very well thought out, well planned. Yeah. Now, one of the other codes reads, "I am the most precious. Make others naive for my benefit. Never be deceived." And another one, a more chilling one if you consider the timing of it. This was written right after the second girl vanished, and it reads, "If they just didn't know me, I wouldn't have committed any sins. If I simply would have not been born, I would have no sins at all." So again, some people liken this to, oh, maybe he's schizophrenic and he's saying, like, what's wrong with me? I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't understand. However, other criminologists believe the way he's writing is almost, it's almost, I have to commit crime. I was born to commit crime, so if I hadn't been born, I wouldn't have committed crime. It's not my fault that I was born. It seems more from a place of anger rather than from a mental health disorder. Why would he write it in code, though, to begin with? What does the code mean to him, and does it have a link to the missing girls? That's all the evidence the police find. They do not find a single VHS tape. They're all gone. Even though the police don't have solid evidence to nail Na, they theorize that he might be the child serial killer in the area, that he's responsible for at least 2 of the missing girls, and he might have been using them to create snuff films to sell to foreign markets. The timeline is making a lot of sense. The first little girl, Seongju Kim, disappeared June 15th, 2000. She was last seen around 2 p.m. sitting on a bench in front of a stationery store. She was waiting for her older brother to get out of school so that they could walk home together, like they always do. Then, almost exactly a year later, June 1st, 2001, the second child disappears on her way home from school, just like Seongju Kim. Her name is Han Kim, no relation by the last name, but she vanished on her walk from school. She was last seen standing at a crosswalk, trying to cross in the direction of her house, and then vanished. And here's the interesting thing. A lot of younger to mid-20-year-old guys were ruled out, since most of them would have likely spent 2 years in the army. Interestingly, though, after the first little girl disappears, Na is enlisted in the army. Technically, he should have been in the army when the second little girl goes missing, but he gets early discharge for medical reasons. And right after his discharge, the second little girl goes missing. And then a year after that, he gets arrested for murdering his brother-in-law. And girls stop going missing. Well, there were recent cases where girls did start going missing again, but it didn't seem like it was the same person. So girls stopped going missing in the same fashion. And then around the time that he's arrested, a few years later, his wife states that she found snuff films that he made with what looks like the second girl that went missing, Helen. Now, they theorize that Na is responsible for both girls going missing. That would mean that both the girls' disappearances are linked. And there are a lot of similarities between the two. It just doesn't seem like a coincidence, especially in a much smaller town, not even a big city. Both kidnapped in broad daylight after school, both vanishing without a trace. Authorities said it's like they just evaporated on their walk home. Not at night, on their walk home in daylight. Their last seen locations were less than a mile apart from each other. They had over 270 people out searching for both girls, police from neighboring towns and jurisdictions all coming in to help. Nothing. All there were just rumors at the time. In addition to the code, authorities found search results in Na's devices. They read, statute of limitations for child disappearance crime, how to calculate the statute of limitations in elementary kidnapping case, statute of limitations table by crime, elementary school disappearance case. And most interestingly, he was looking up the serial disappearance children case in Gangjin, which is where they went missing. But the biggest piece of evidence, in many netizens' opinion, is the room. On the dark web, there's a rumor that you can visit a red room where you watch live streams of people who are tortured and murdered on camera for views, allegedly. Allegedly, this one is yellow. Somi said the room in the VHS tapes, the ex-wife, she said, I've never seen those rooms before. I don't recognize those rooms, so it doesn't look like it was happening inside of our house. It had to have been somewhere else. Maybe he rented a different place. Will you describe the room for us? Yellow floors, the windows are covered with newspaper. There were strings, saws, hairpins, and boxes laying around. The information, the description of the room was never released to the public at the time because the police had never seen the videos the wife saw in the first place. There was no way for them to confirm it even existed, the tapes, or even the room. That is until a man named Minsu comes forward. He's an adult now, but he said he wasn't when he was in Na's yellow room. He said Na would take him inside this 2-story red brick house in a room with yellow floors, newspapers covering the windows, and he comes forward to tell the authorities that he and Han, the second girl that went missing, were actually in the same class. All the kids at the time, even the adults, were saying it was a ghost that had lured the 2 girls out every June. But Minsu knew it wasn't a ghost. It's the creepy man that lived near the playground. He would lure the kids to his little studio and essay them. Minsu said, to be fair, at the time, Na didn't seem creepy at all. In fact, he just seemed like a college-aged older brother that liked to treat kids like adults. It's not like some stinky 60-year-old ajushi trying to snatch kids. He's like the cool guy, smoking cigarettes, drinking soju, and he's like, hey kid, you want to come over and play games? What kind of 8-year-old says no to that? Every day, Minsu and Han, the girl that goes missing, would have to walk by his house to get to school. And Minsu said for him, it was very natural. They all started hanging out. Minsu remembered Na would tell him, if you want to hang out, play games, and eat junk food, walk to my house and knock on the wall. If I hear it and my parents aren't home, then I'll let you in. It's unclear if this was happening in his parents' house or if he was saying that to get the kids to feel more comfortable around him. Because now it's
like
no longer...
adults,
Yes. And like, we're all just kids trying to hang out. At first, Minsu said he would willingly go to Na's house to play games. Then the essay started. Once that happened, Minsu said he was too scared to say anything to anyone, but he does start avoiding Na, and Na would chase him around town, waiting for him. Sometimes Minsu would get out of school and he'd be waiting at the door.
Wait, not essay Minsu.
Yes, and he would film it. We'll get to it. So he would wait at the door for Minsu to get out of class. Minsu would try to run out the back of the school and run through the field, and he wasn't even running in the direction of his home. He would just run in any direction to get rid of Na. But Na would always be there when he comes out of the wood clearing, and he discovered that Na is watching him with binoculars, stalking him. It was terrifying. The more Minsu avoided Na and refused to hang out with him anymore, the more aggressive Na became at wanting to essay him. It almost starts feeling like an obsession. He says, I think he had videos of young children. I think he had explicit videos with children my age. From then on, he started molesting me, and he would touch my private areas while watching these explicit videos, or make me touch him. And then it progressed into full essay, and it was honestly so painful. It was very difficult. Minsu states that he was essayed several times by Na, and there would always be a camera in the room. Other witnesses came forward. They're all adults now, but they stated that when they were a kid, Na would lure them to their house on the premise of letting them play games, but he would constantly force them watch explicit videos of children with him. Some of them stated he kept trying to molest them until they ran away. Minsu says he always filmed it when he molested me, not a camcorder, but you know those really old videotapes? The old big tapes that go into the video? He filmed with that, like a VHS recorder. It was scary because he said he was filming me and he said he would sell it on foreign sites or something. When Minsu was asked why he didn't report it as a kid and only now report it as an adult, he said, now that I think about it, I think Mr. Na is very obsessed with children. But at the time when I was a kid, I didn't think like that. It was only as time passed and I became an adult and I thought, oh, this man is likely kidnapping those kids. The police had nothing else to go off of for Minsu's case and the girl's case. They're able to locate the studio that the videos were allegedly filmed in, and sure enough, a room like that does exist in town, and it's near where Minsu said it was, but there were no tapes left behind, just a video recorder. And Minsu confirmed that's the one he used on me, like he was filming it.
How is that not enough evidence?
Yeah.
All of these witnesses, all of these people.
Statute of limitations as well.
Oh, so they're no longer even going after this.
It's in the court of law, victim stories, especially when so much time has passed, is not believed because the defense attorney can easily argue that memories can be edited, altered, changed over time, or completely false. So they don't have concrete evidence, and the statute of limitations is almost coming to an end. So it's not the highest priority case. Sometimes when there's murders, they will become higher priority when the statute of limitations is gone for first-degree murder now in South Korea. But when it was coming to an end, there would be like a renewed search. But this was not that. There was really no evidence to bring to court, so police resort to the last option. It's not the best idea, but it's usually done when there are no more ideas left, which is to have Min-soo confront Mr. Na, and hopefully they can get a response out of him, trigger him into admitting something. But when Min-soo goes to meet with him, it said that Na just smiled at him leisurely, just smirked. Min-soo said it was so reminiscent of the smile that Na would give him when he was essaying him. He was terrified. He felt like he was a kid again, back in that studio. He said his whole body, his arms, he could feel goosebumps starting to come out. And they did not get a confession. Until right before Na's release date from prison. This is the first time he's in prison.
15 years.
Yes, he's about to be released.
How is it, first of all, how you kill someone and then give 15 years?
Exactly. So he's about to be released, and out of the blue, Na states that he wants to talk to a detective. The detective goes to visit him in prison, sits down with him, and he allegedly tells the detective, "You're right about Min-soo. I essayed him, and you were right about those 2 girls. I killed them."
Okay.
Where are their bodies? Near the river. The detective gives him a map and watches him draw a circle with his pointer finger. "Yeah, I left their bodies there." The detective glances at the prison officer because it's time for the detective to take a trip down to the river. This is in 2010, okay? He confesses. So why is this case still unsolved? Why is he ultimately released from prison? The confession he made was not only not recorded, meaning the detective or the prisoner officer did not even write a report on it at the time. They were so busy. It was not recorded. No audio or visual or even written statements. Just the officer's memories, and Na would argue they were false. He claimed he never confessed to a single thing, and it's crazy that they're saying he did. He told everyone, "I never said any of that, I never confessed." So it became another he said, she said, back and forth.
But why do you think he even tried to confess in the first place?
If netizen speculations are correct, it seems that he was getting off on getting away with it. Because around this time, I think he knew that there was no evidence and the statute of limitations was coming to a closer end.
Wow.
He gets released from prison in 2017, walks out a free man, then walks back into prison accused of kidnapping, essaying, and torturing 2 little girls. But he is free now, again, in 2024. What? He only got like 2-3 years for that.
So he is free?
He's free.
Is his identity
no,
hidden?
Just Na. That's all we know.
We don't know who he is, his name, his face, nothing.
Nothing. And the reason that he ends up in jail the second time is so reminiscent of everything else that people have been saying about him, kidnapping, essay, and the fact that a lot of netizens believe he went after a woman who, according to her mother, has the, quote, mental capacity of a 6-year-old. It just, all of that seems really disturbing. Now, there is no statute of limitations for disappearances, meaning if you disappear, the police will hopefully, in theory, conceptually, look for you indefinitely. There is no statute of limitations for that. However, if they find you and you have been kidnapped and essayed, there's a statute of limitations for kidnapping and essay. There's even a statute of limitations for murder at the time. It was 15 years. So if they find your body after 16 years, the killer's getting away with it. It's almost like a challenge for killers. It was thankfully abolished in the National Assembly in South Korea. One of the policymakers said, just the fact that a criminal can be punished at any time can give hope to a victim. So in 2015, the law is passed abolishing the statute of limitations for first-degree murder, but it does not apply retroactively. Which, side note, I believe they abolished the statute of limitations for a lot of other crimes as well. But for first-degree murder, because it's abolished in 2015, if it's been 15 years since you committed murder, it does not apply to you.
Only moving forward.
Yes, but if it's been 14 years, it's not, it's forever now. Like, you can get caught anytime. But if it's 15 years, if it's past the 15-year mark, then you're free. Hallen was kidnapped in 2001. If Na is guilty, then his statute of limitations is up in 2016. Meaning, if he is found guilty of murdering Hallen, he could still be punished for it. But they don't have Hallen's body, and typically you need a body to prove that it was first-degree murder, which is very different from things like second-degree murder.
So you're saying they only had one? No.
The other case is past the statute of limitations.
Oh, okay, so
of
only
Seongjin.
one of the girls.
Only one. It seems like it's a very unlikely and very hard mountain to climb. Regardless of if it is Na or not or somebody else, it seems really hard to bring justice at this point. But Na, whether you believe he's guilty or not of murdering the two girls, he was still found guilty of murdering his brother-in-law and kidnapping and essaying a woman with intellectual disabilities, and he is a free man. Side note, remember the code he was using? Still using it in prison. He had added 200 pages of code into his diary. So what has he been writing? It could be plans for all we know. Now, there are supporters of Na who believe that he did not do this. They state there were no sightings of him with the kids. There were no sightings of him at the site of the disappearances, or even nearby. There were no people coming forward right after the crime took place. So how do we know it's him? We're just ruining a good man's life for no reason. We're just bothering him. But the biggest supporter for Na is his mom. Producers from a separate show were able to get in contact with her, and she told them, don't even talk about what happened in Gangjin. You don't know anything about it at all. Our baby is not someone who would do that. Don't go around talking like this just because our baby is in prison. What do you know? Do you have evidence?
My baby?
Yeah, full-grown man. Convicted of murder at one point. But she says, my baby. Most of the people that were asked about Na had nothing but good things to say about him because they were all adults. Experts say, with most child essayers, they could be very well liked or even highly regarded in the neighborhood because they only commit crimes with people they can control, and typically that's not fellow adults. Typically those are children or someone with disabilities. They're the most vulnerable. One of the detectives working the case said, honestly, Na may not really be the killer, which if that's the case, I would really wish that he would explain then why he's not the killer. I would hope that he voluntarily steps up and explains the parts he can explain, such as, oh, what kind of videotape it was, or at the time his ex-wife is referring to this or that, whether it actually existed, where he was at certain points, but he doesn't do any of that. If he can explain why it's not him, we would spend energy to verify the claims that it's not him for ABC reasons and exclude him from the suspect list. Finally, rule him out and spend more energy and resources searching for the actual culprit. But he's not doing that. All he did was confess and then retract, and since then he has not spoken about it. But netizens are not so forgiving. A lot of netizens said the math is not mathing, it's not adding up. If it was maybe just his ex-wife, then that's one thing. Maybe it's like an ex-wife who hates him. But the details she gave about the tapes are oddly specific. Then Minsu comes forward, another victim that stated they experienced SA from Na, and they have matching descriptions of the room. That's weird. His codes, the camera with no footage found, I mean, they stated it's just too many coincidences, and clearly this is a man that is capable of murder, SA, and kidnapping because he was convicted of those crimes, just not for these specific cases. So it seems, it seems pretty damning. One netizen comments, when he comes out, he will SA and murder again. Pedophilia is incurable, and these monsters are going to keep doing it. Wake up, you idiots who defend him. Other netizens argue, sure, we can debate if he did kill those two girls or not, but he did kill his brother-in-law, he did essay and try to kidnap a person with intellectual disabilities, he did admit briefly to molesting Minsu and then retracting the statement. I mean, even if he's not guilty of what he's being accused of, he's pretty freaking guilty for what he has confirmed he's done. Others just argue that he should be surgically castrated. Others argue sarcastically, even if he's done all these things, guys, we need to rehabilitate him and make him adapt back into society. It's sarcasm and a pain point for the fact that he was released after 15 years.
Let's see.
Someone just commented, that's why nobody's having kids anymore in this country. Why have kids in a place like this? Another angry Korean netizen commented, our country is a great place to live if you're a criminal. Hallen's dad, the second girl that goes missing, said, my daughter is still breathing among us, with us. She doesn't speak, but my daughter is still by my side, inside of me. If my daughter were still here, she would be 30 years old. Had she not vanished, the family's life would probably be very different from what it is now. Helen's dad still regularly checks welfare facilities and hospitals to see if she might be living somewhere. He said the best hope that can get him through the day is that his daughter was in some sort of unknown accident, had amnesia, and did not know how to get back home. And he has to go find her and bring her home. He said once my daughter went through puberty, she was probably had lost a lot of the physical characteristics that I remember of her. I feel like she's even more lost now, because if her appearances change too much, she'll be that much harder to find. Songju's mom, the mother of the first little girl that went missing, she keeps her front door to her house wide open. They said if she ever gets there while they're asleep or while they're not home, they want her to feel like she can come inside, that she's home now and she's safe. They have never locked the door since the day she vanished. They keep it open. They keep her room exactly the same, textbooks stacked on her desk, bed made. She said it feels appropriate because for her family it feels like time has been frozen since she vanished. They can't throw away her clothes in case she returns, which they know is silly because even if she were to walk in the door right now, she'd be 30. She can't fit those clothes, but they can't not keep it. In one of the tiny little jacket pockets, she has a neatly folded bill, cash. The producers asked, why did you put money in your daughter's jacket pocket? I put money in there so she won't lack money wherever she is. She can buy candy wherever she is. If there's one thing I could say to my daughter, it'd be, let's not meet too late. Let's meet as soon as possible if we can. And that is the case of the alleged snuff filmmaker in South Korea. What are your thoughts on this case? I mean, even the documentary episodes feel like movies. It was crazy. I've never heard of a case like this. It was actually recommended by one of our Korean researchers, and she was saying it's crazy. I mean, I was watching your BAM, and I was like, this sounds like the case in Korea. What are your thoughts? Do you think he's guilty? Please leave it in the comments, and please stay safe. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.
Bada bing, bada boom.
I have a star on my face because I have a massive pimple, so if you're watching the visuals, I'm sorry. If you're not, Harul was catching her breath as she's stepping in through her house front door. She was busy all day running all of these errands, running around town, buying groceries, going to the local shops, and on top of all of that, she's heavily pregnant, so it's gonna take like 2 times as long to do everything. And now she's rushing in through the door. She's trying to check up on her 8-year-old son, Amar, and also she's babysitting her 6-month-old nephew. So she's checking up on both of them. And like, okay, yeah, in hindsight, probably not the best idea to leave an 8-year-old in charge of the house, in charge of watching this 6-month-old baby. But in this area, daycare is just not really a thing. Like, people don't really have babysitters. They don't really have places to send their kids so that they can run errands freely. This was the norm, and she had done it before. And Amar, who's 8, I mean, he's pretty good. He's been left home alone. He's been babysitting his cousin. Everything has been fine. So she walks in through the door, and she sees her son Amar just playing on the ground with all of his little toy cars. She's like, hey, sweetie, I'm home. And she's putting down the groceries, and she's wondering, okay, well, where's the nephew? Where's the 6-month-old? Amar just is sitting there quietly and doesn't even respond to her. Sweetie, did you hear me? Where is the baby? Is he in the crib? He's not responding. So she stops what she's doing, looks at her son, and she sees that he's kind of smiling. And it's just odd. It's a little unsettling. Like, he's not laughing, he's not giggling. It feels like, you know, when a kid is playing a joke on you and they hid your keys when you're super busy? It's like that smile. So she's like, okay, come on, get out of here. Like, where's the baby? And he just says so calmly, Mom, I killed him. At first, she thinks all of this is a joke. I mean, maybe this is how kids joke around. Maybe he inherited some weird, sick, deranged sense of humor from someone up in her family line. She doesn't know where, but this has got to be a joke, right? So she gets up and she's like, what are you talking about? Where did you hide the baby? The game is over. Hurry up and tell me. He just grabs her hand and starts leading her to the backyard. And I think this is when she genuinely starts feeling a little bit more relaxed. I mean, I think she could still probably hear the heartbeat in her throat. She's probably still a little bit panicked because the baby is still missing right now. But she's thinking, okay, I'm gonna go outside. The baby's gonna be laying flat on its back in the grass in the backyard, sucking its thumb, looking up at the sky. It's gonna be okay. And then I'm gonna have to teach my kid a lesson. But as they're heading out, there's nothing. The deeper they get into their backyard, she's starting to get that anxious feeling again. And she starts scolding her son, like, this isn't a good prank. Just tell me where you hid him. You need to tell me. This could be dangerous. He starts silently leading her towards the back, further and further. And finally, he lifts his hand, his tiny little hand, and points at the ground. There's a bunch of dirt that looks like it's been freshly dug in a patch of grass. She doesn't even have time to think. She throws herself on all fours. She starts digging until her fingers brush soft skin, and she lifts her baby nephew out of the dirt. And it looked like he had been in some sort of horrible, horrible car accident. I mean, she could hear ringing in her ears. She's panicking. And she looks at her son, and he just calmly says, I smashed his head with a brick. And she leaned over to the side and threw up.
And the 8-year-old dug a grave?
Dug a grave.
Wow.
So, as always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. But this case takes place in India. I had our wonderful Indian researchers assist with gathering all of the data for this case and honestly just helping understanding the cultural aspect to it all. Indian culture in some respects is very similar to Korean or even American culture, but there are some stark differences. So if there's any chance that there's any nuance of cultural significance that I wasn't able to fully grasp, please let me know. Or if there's anything else you want me to know about this case, let me know in the comments. And I'm sure you guys already know this, but a quick disclaimer. Okay, the actions of one individual does not reflect on the culture nor the Indian population as a whole. So with that being said, let's get into it. The police are sitting across from a serial killer in the interrogation room. Now,
Serial killer?
A serial killer, yes. Now, usually there's a whole list of mind games that they play in order to get the serial killer to confess to their crimes. It's a little bit different versus a regular killer. Not that, like, okay, regular killer sounds weird, but you get what I'm saying. A serial killer, they have a tendency to kill a lot of people, and they have a lot... Does that make sense?
Yeah,
it's a little bit different from having just not a regular killer, but you get the idea. They handle serial killers in a different way. And serial killers, they like to play their games. It is not uncommon for serial killers to ask for things from the police. They say, ooh, before I start talking, before I tell you where the bodies are, before I confess to the crime so these families can get closure, maybe I can get a cigarette around here. What's a guy gotta do to get a cup of coffee? Or maybe sometimes it's a full-on fast food order. A lot of them like to ask for these things because it makes them feel powerful. I mean, think about it. It's almost, when you're in the interrogation room, most people would think, I don't have the power here, the police have the power. But when a serial killer says, I've got information you desperately want, and I'm gonna make you sit here and watch me eat McDonald's until I decide I'm ready to tell you, it makes them feel like they hold all of the power. They want to savor this moment. So the investigators in this case, they're sitting across from a serial killer, and they're asking, tell us why you did it. Why did you kill them? And he just says, I want some biscuits. Like the cookies, you know, the biscuit cookies that you dip in the tea. I want that, and I want a cup of tea. The investigators are annoyed, but I mean, what choice do they have, right? They walk out of the room, they get the cookies and the tea, and for a few minutes, they're sitting there in the interrogation room with the serial killer, watching him just munching on his packets of cookies and leisurely sipping his tea, as if they're just having afternoon tea with one another, as if they're old buddies from like the college days. Once the killer had his fill, he leans back and he starts talking. She was sleeping. I took her away and I killed her with a brick. I was like smashing the brick on her face, and then I buried her. I actually didn't feel that much excitement when I tried strangling her because she wasn't fighting back. So that's why I chose the brick. I hit her a lot of times with the brick.
Because you wanted a reaction?
Yeah.
To have her fight back?
And when they asked, like, why? Like, still that doesn't answer why. That answers maybe how, but why? He just says, because I felt like it. I just wanted to. If one of the investigators had dropped their notepad or pen, because this is a shocking confession, when they leaned down to pick it up, they would have seen that the serial killer's feet did not even touch the ground. His legs were dangling off the interrogation room chair. Because he's 8 years old. This is the story of Amardit Sada, the world's youngest serial killer ever. So, I mean, this is crazy, and I know with a lot of serial killers, we like to go into the childhood and figure out, like, what happened? Did they fall off a swing? Which is, like, a big conversation we've had on this pod, right? But Amardit's childhood seems so normal, if not mundane, in some aspects. So
I feel like he's just entering childhood.
Yeah, exactly. Like the very barely there 8 years that he's been around town.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even call it a childhood, I guess, right? He just started living.
Yeah.
So at the very beginning of his life, he was kind of like every other boy his age. His parents said that he was very rambunctious, and he went through the terrible toddler phase, the terrible twos phase. But I don't think it was something so alarming. I don't think anyone sat there and was like, this one is different. This one is extra wild. I mean, he would do the normal things, like he would lay like a starfish if you don't give him what you want, or sometimes you're like trying to take him out of the playground. He would pretend to be dead and go limp, and he was like that. When he didn't get the things that he wanted, he would just pout. He didn't care that his family wasn't financially well off. He just wanted the toys. He wanted what he wanted for dinner. I mean, he was just a kid, right? But how could his parents not adore him? He was their only son, their only child, and every morning, Amar's mother would get out her coal. It's like this black powder that can also be used as eyeliner. And she would dip her thumb in it and smear a dot on the side of Amar's forehead. And she says, so this is a tradition where a black dot is placed on the child's forehead or cheek. It's supposed to ward off evil. It's supposed to ward off the evil eye. Yeah, and it's protecting the child from all the negative influences. And it's a very heartfelt, motherly thing to do. It's one of those like heartwarming symbols of a mom's love. His mom would do that for him every single day, and she would say, may no one cast an evil eye on you. I don't think that she had any idea that he was the one that was going out there to be evil. I mean, how could she? Her son is 8. Imagine calling a child evil. You would get canceled. You would get canceled all over social media. But imagine if that child is 8 years old, not even like 15, 16, 8. No one would ever even consider the fact that an 8-year-old could knowingly do something malicious. And to the adults, he was like this little angel. He was always known to be very smiley. That's what the neighbors said about him. Even the police, when they interrogated him, they said he smiled a lot. Like just nonstop smiling. You ask him questions, he's gonna be smiling. He's telling you the story of how he killed people, he's smiling. When he's asking for cookies, he's smiling. So Amar's friends, on the other hand, I mean, he smiled at them too, but they were just, they were the only ones, it seems, that kind of noticed something off about him. He just played different. You know, when kids are playing, they're learning social skills, and they're learning what it means to joke around without actually being too mean. They're learning how to be aggressive and initiate play wrestling without actually initiating a full-on war, a full-on fight. And then I'm sure you've met one of those people, even as an adult, where you're like, ooh, I feel like they don't really grasp the concept of how to talk to people. Like, everyone is in a group, and they're joking around lightly, and they're, like, almost uplifting each other in their jokes. Like, they're not actually punching down. But then this person will come in and just absolutely rip people to shreds, light someone on fire with their insults, but they're laughing as if they're doing exactly what you're doing. And you're like, that is not what we're doing here. It was kind of like that, but in the more childish sense. So Amar's friend said that he was always extra aggressive. Like, there was just something about it, and it was very noticeable, but they couldn't tell him about it. They couldn't confront him about it. They didn't even know how. They're just kids. For example, all of their friends would be play fighting or wrestling, pushing each other around. And then Amar would come in, and he would just start throwing down real punches as if he wants to hurt whoever the friend is that he's punching. But he's laughing as he's doing this.
So he feels like he's playing, but he's actually hurting people.
Yes, so the other kids, they're still learning how to be around in these social settings. They don't know how to tell him, wait, that's not what we're doing. Because he could easily say, that is what you're doing. You're also punching and laughing, and I'm punching and laughing. But the way he's punching and laughing is like he genuinely is trying to hurt someone. I mean, thankfully he's 8 and he's a pretty scrawny kid, so none of his friends got seriously injured, but they would just kind of sit there and be like, that is so weird. It feels a little bit unpredictable and a little bit unhinged, a little bit scary for his friends. And they also said whenever we played games, we were at the age where we don't really throw tantrums in front of each other. We're like 7 or 8. Maybe we do that at home, but we're trying to be cool kids in front of each other. If he didn't win a game, he would whirl his arms around like a propeller, just smacking around anybody in his way. He would kick dirt around, and then he would march off home as if you personally attacked him. And everyone was like, okay, well, maybe he'll grow up. Maybe it'll get better once he starts growing up, right? But then he starts becoming a little bit antisocial in an angry way. So there would be instances where his neighborhood friends, they would be running in their group down to the little lake, and they would see him sitting on his front doorstep. So they're passing, and they would call out, hey, you want to come and play with us? And he would look at the ground, and he would say, I don't really want to. Just in like a really soft voice. And then they'd say, hey, why are you not playing with us anymore? Are we not your friends anymore? Yeah, it's been so long. Like, let's go for this swim in the pond. It'll be so fun. Out of nowhere, Amar would jump to his feet and start screaming from the bottom of his lungs, no, like screaming at them. They could see the veins on his neck. His face was turning red. I mean, they were honestly so spooked out about this. It's so weird. They would book it. They would book it out of there because it's creepy. So instead of playing with his friends, Amar would just isolate himself. He would spend more and more time by himself as he turned like 7 or 8 years old. He would climb trees and just stay up there for hours, staring at anyone that was walking by below him. Or he would stay home and play with his toys by himself. Now, from all accounts that I could find, Amar was the bully. Like, literally all the sources are like, Amar was the bully. But Amar's mom didn't really think so. Okay, I think this goes to show you how much she doted on him, and this could play a huge factor in this case, but she genuinely babied him. Like, have you ever met those parents where their kids are an absolute menace to society, but they think that their kids are the ultimate victims to society? So Amar would come in, and there was this one time he had come in with grass stains all over his clothes. He had dirt all over his knees, he had a cut on his knee, and honestly it just feels like he was playing rough with his friends, or maybe he fell climbing up a tree. But his mom thought otherwise. She was cooking. She freaked out. She wiped her hands on her apron, and she's running up to him, like, trying to get the dirt off of him, like, what happened? What happened? He wouldn't say. So she thinks, oh my god, he's being bullied. The next day, she goes to get a holy amulet, which is, she goes to a Hindu priest and asks for a holy amulet, which is considered an object with great spiritual powers. You wear it to protect you, and it offers blessings and guidance. It's like a tangible connection to the divine. And she gives it to him. And she's like, you gotta wear this so you don't get bullied. And he's like, no. This is disgusting and embarrassing. I don't want to wear this from you, Mom. And he's saying, absolutely not. The only way that she could convince him to wear it was to tell him that the amulet came from the Hindu deity of love, compassion, devotion, strength, and intelligence himself. So some people speculate this kind of goes to show maybe he had some sort of budding narcissistic personality disorder, where he felt like it was now worthy to be worn every single day if it was given from someone very powerful versus his mom. But he's 8, so I don't think we can really speculate, right? Now, Amar gave his mom a sly smile, and he snatches the amulet, and he wears it every single day now. And I just don't even think that Amar really considered how much his parents loved him. Like, his parents were under constant stress. Okay, his dad, I believe his dad was the only one that was working, and he was a day laborer, meaning he would go to all these nearby farms and he would ask, do you guys need any workers today? If they said yes, he would work that day and get paid for that one day. If they said no, he would have to move on to the next farm, and if all of them said no, he would have no work that day. It's just so unstable, and even when he did work, he was making basically pennies. The average wage for a day laborer in that area was around $2.50 or $3 per day, and that's calculated with inflation.
Wow.
So they genuinely don't know where their next meal is coming from. But they're still trying to give their son all the toys, all the food that he wanted. I mean, they couldn't say yes to him every single time. Which, side note, he would throw an absolute tantrum every time that they said no. But at least they tried to give him anything that his friends would have. They were really happy with having a son. His parents were a bit traditional. This is also going to come into play in a second because it's all going to go to shit in 2 seconds and you're going to be like, why did this happen? So his parents were very traditional. They felt like a son was the best thing to happen to them. They felt like a son is an heir. They're someone that's going to live in your house traditionally, and their wife is going to come live in your house with the son. They're going to have their own kids, and you're going to live with all of them, and they're going to take care of you as you get older. Meanwhile, having a daughter is kind of like a gift. You get to spend a good amount of time with her, and then you give her away to the husband's family. Side note, this is super traditional. Not everyone in India is like this, but Amar's family was super traditional. They really babied him. Like, really babied him. So, Amar's aunt, Mina, comes over one day. And she's like, I have a huge favor. I'm so sorry. This is Amar's mom's sister.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind taking care of my 6-month-old son for just 1 month? I'm so desperate, you have no idea. So for the past 6 months, since the day that she had her baby boy, Mina has been dealing with physical, emotional recovery of giving birth, but also the burden of just not being able to put food on the table. They have been up to their neck every single day for the past 6 months, and Mina finally, she found a job in the city where she could clean houses for a month. And it wasn't a job where she could take her son. She'd be cleaning people's homes day in, day out. She would start her mornings at 7 a.m., do chores as fast as she could, on to the next house, on to the next, and then probably be back at midnight, get back up at 7 a.m., 7 days a week, no off days. And at the end, they get to take home about $35 to $100 a month. Not per day, per month.
Wow.
Yeah. Mina needed this $100. It would be a life of a difference for their struggling family. I mean, no mom wants to part with their newborn child like that, but it's so that he could have his belly full. And it made sense to leave her baby boy with Parul, Amar's mom, because Parul was heavily pregnant with her second child. So she was going to be breastfeeding soon, and the nephew would also be breastfed, so she'd be kind of like a wet nurse, like a caretaker. Parul was like, I don't know, Mina. I mean, we're already drowning in bills. We can barely put food on the table. I don't know if we can take in another mouth to feed. Obviously, I want to help, but we're about to have another one on the way. Mina said, I can send you some of my money. So Parul could not say no. She agreed, and the day Mina was set to leave, she brought her son over. I don't know if I could verify his name, so we're just going to call him the baby boy. And Mina just cradled him, said a prayer for him, dabbed a bit of coal from her eyes to his forehead to protect him. And then she left. Mina was sad, but she's like, this is the right thing to do. Not only that, but this is like the second best place for my baby. If I can't take care of my baby, my sister is the second best place. Nobody's gonna care for my baby like our family. So for the first week, Parul is just adjusting to have a newborn around. And she kind of thought it was good practice since she's going to be having a baby soon. It would have been 7 years since Amar had been an infant. So she's getting all these refreshers. She's using Amar's old clothes, old toys, old crib for the baby, as well as some of the things that Mina had left for her. And one morning, she's like, oh my God, I gotta go to the market to buy some vegetables for dinner tonight. We're out of vegetables. So she swaddles the baby boy, places him into the crib, and she
bring her back to life. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, bro. So you little swallow the saying don't be like that, kid. What makes you nothing? Oh, now we just have regular water. That actually saves someone's life. Okay, I'm on this lovely building now. There's no way anything bad could happen alive. Like jumping off the building, that could not be it. I don't even do jumping off the building. It would be a terrible life. It doesn't mean I'm not dead, I'm happy. Wow, that was really cool. Wow, that actually looks really good. Yeah. I'm gonna let you say, and I'm gonna keep on doing it. I'm gonna keep to the kid against your mom. No, what a lovely day on the beach. No way. Oh, fall. That's if I do. I bring What's the better footing? My version of footing or Javi?